it's not mine, Jason.
BJ, when I open up, would you open us in prayer? Sure. Folks, it is 9 o'clock and we are going to get started on time. We have a lot to cover today. I am not going to rush through anything, but just be conscious, fellow board members that we got. I'd like to call on Commissioner Gibson to open us in prayer.
Would you pray with me? Our God and our Creator, we thank you for this day, for your protection and your direction. We say thank you. We ask that you would guide all that is said and done in this space, and that you remind us that all that we do is for the betterment of our community. For it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, BJ. To all of our guests and presenters who are going to be here today, we have breakfast stuff over here. Feel free to help yourself to that. I'm not going to constantly invite you, but I want you to know that you're welcome to. You have in front of you our agenda. Do I have a motion that we approve the agenda as it is, or is there any discussion on making any changes? We have a motion by Commissioner Ivey and second by Commissioner McCall. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The ayes have it. And item number 2 is the financial audit. We'll ask Carl Head from Rochehead and Associates.
Okay, I'm not certain where to stand. Is this okay?
You're good.
All right. Well, I'm Carl Head. I'm with Rochehead and Associates. I'm here to present to you the audit report for Scotland County for June 30th, 2021. And I want to start off by saying thank you for allowing my firm to perform the audit once again. The main thing I'm going to cover is the one sheet that everybody should have in front of you. You have more than one, but this one says audit presentation February 21, 2022. And it's a schematic with a bunch of numbers on it. Okay. Is this a duplicate of what I'm going over up here?
Yeah.
Close to it? Okay. Well, you can follow on the screen if you don't have it.
I think it's on the agenda.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go over these numbers, but I want to start out by saying the main purpose of an audit is to provide an opinion. So we express an opinion based on our test of your accounts. And we provide only a reasonable level, but not an absolute level of assurance. So there can always be errors in your financial statements, but we believe if there are errors, they're not material. And based on our test, we have provided an unmodified opinion. That's the best opinion that you can get. So we believe these financial statements can be relied upon. And there are new administrative rules in the state of North Carolina on how this audit is presented. I'll go over that after I go over my normal part. But I want to behind it 3 years, going back to 2000, kind of get an idea of the trend. The cash is $10.6 million. Your available fund balance as a percentage of general fund expenditures for 2021 is 19.22%. The local government commission recommends at least 8, but they prefer 20. Under by a fraction of the point, the preferred amount. Going into your enterprise funds, Public Works had an increase of $278,314. Your water fund, Water Fund 1, there was a decrease of $104,000. Water Fund 2, there was an increase of $191,840. Statement of cash flows. This is probably more important than the first statement that I just went over. It's always important to have positive increases in your operating cash, and all 3 funds did have that. Public Works had an increase of $540,982. Water 1 had an increase of $74,000. Water 2 had an increase of $513,000 of operating cash. That basically means what you charge for services is probably adequate. If you had a larger outflow of your cash than you were charging for services, obviously that's not a good thing. Cash in 2021 in your public works, your ending balance was 981,000. In Water 1, it was 1.2 million. In the Water Fund 2, it was 432,000. So key points here, cash flows from operating activities are all positive. All three enterprise funds have positive increases in operating cash flows. So the next item I go over are the findings. We have 3 findings this year. One relates to the financial statement presentation of the lease you guys have with the school system. Now, this was confusing. It was originally reported as a operating lease. It should have been a capital lease. I'm not going to go into the weeds of the differences between those 2 types of leases, but the local government commission disagreed with how it was presented in the report in the prior years. So basically, we had to make a book entry to get the lease onto the books. The silver lining is that the county looks like it's $23 million richer. The other 2 findings relate to your funds, your benefit funds that you give to individuals at DSS. One relates to Medicaid and the other one relates to one of your energy programs. In the energy program, one individual that we sampled received benefits they should not have. In the Medicaid program, there was a keying error. It was a simple mistake that it didn't cause the result of that did not mean an individual received funds. They still qualified. It was just a keying error, and we're required to list that in the financial statements. Does anybody have any questions up to this point? The new administrative rules in North Carolina, so I'm required to go over these with you. How these audited financial statements are presented. One, the auditor is now required to come to a public forum like this and present the report. Well, we've always done that. Apparently, some auditors don't do this. We're required to go over the findings and the performance indicators, which we've always complied with. But the difference is there are no longer unit letters. So you guys should not receive letters from the local government commission anymore saying something's wrong. How do you plan to respond? So the responsibility is on you now to preempt and respond first. So the findings that I went over, you guys are required to come up with a corrective action plan. You actually have one in the audited financial statement, but it's supposed to be signed by a majority of the board members. So you guys now have to get involved. They also have invented something called performance indicators, which we've never gone over before. It's something I would really not touch on in an audit, but we're now required to go over. And basically, the local government commission has come up with a spreadsheet that we key in the information from this audit report. That spreadsheet produces formulas. If those formulas are out of sync with the average across North Carolina, that's considered a performance indicator. And that could be something like your quick ratio or your current ratio is a little lower than average. You guys really only have one performance indicator, and I've already covered it. Your available fund balance as a percentage of general fund expenditures is 19.22%. It's supposed to, or the preferred is 20. So that little fraction of a point causes a cell in Excel spreadsheet to turn yellow. And I have to mention that too. So you actually have to come up with a response to this fraction of a point that you're off and what you plan to do about it. And that's all I have today. If anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them for you.
Well, that 1922 is based on what they would like for us to have, right?
That's
the law
right.
Said, the law says 8%. Right?
8%, that's correct.
And our own internal is 16, if I'm not mistaken.
16 to 20.
Yeah.
So,
And if you look back the prior 2 years, you were above the 20%. It just happened. 2021, you're at 19.22.
well, if I saw the letter, I think that Beth had done already about it was kind of explaining we
That's
did
right.
borrow heal out of the fund and didn't go into debt. So that's
Yeah.
where the money went. So anyway. My question is on this letter. You talk about the annual financial report information and the payroll issue.
Yeah.
At the sheriff. And but the one that gets me is this conflict of interest policy. is what key that to be put in this,
Okay,
this letter?
all right,
Something
so,
called.
so a couple of years ago, there was procurement policy updates in North Carolina where you guys have to meet more stringent requirements. That's one area that I looked at. So when you guys have procurement where you hire contractors to perform work, I have noticed now in a lot of the compliance supplements that we use for federal programs and state programs that they specifically ask, does the county have a policy relating to conflict of interest? And does it relate to areas where you guys pass funds through to, let's say, a private business for them to hire contractors? You guys need to look more closely at these private contractors, their conflicts of interest if they might have with the contractors they hire. You guys have a general policy of conflict of interest. If you didn't, that would be a bigger issue, but you have it. So this doesn't mean this is a finding. This is just an area down the road that you probably need to improve upon. It's updating your conflict of interest policy. And that would also relate to specifically mentioning any of you that are elected here. If you might have a conflict of interest with contractors that are hired, and that may be kind of inferred in some of your conflict of interest umbrella you already have, but I think it needs to be more detailed.
Well, and I think it was legislation that just passed about that this year, about the conflict of interest. I just didn't know something key, you put that in there other than.
So these items on
FYI
here,
type thing.
these are FYI that could become issues later on. And I look at these as, if I were a commissioner, would I want to know this stuff? So things that aren't findings, that if I were sitting in your shoes, I'd want to know about these things.
Right.
So that's why these are in here.
I got you.
The letter that our financial officer, Beth, has put in, is that the response that we need to make to the local government commission?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. That's the response to what Carl just covered and the findings in the audit as well.
Someone who signed it.
Yeah.
Can I have that for y'all to sign before you leave today?
And you have 60 days from the date of today to get that letter out. That's the new rule.
Okay. That was the question I was going to ask you.
Yes.
Is there a deadline for when we do that?
60 days.
Anybody else have any questions of Mr. Hayes?
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going, I think it's in my office. I was running down and pass it around.
Okay, item number 3, employee compensation. Ms. Becky Beasy.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Becky Veazey with the MAPS Group. I'm here to present the first of a 3-cycle classification and pay study. My background, I've been doing this for a long time. You can tell from all the gray hair. Started out as HR director in Cary and Durham County, and then 32 years ago became a consultant with the MAPS Group. And so for the last 32 years, I've been traveling the state working with local governments all over North Carolina on a variety of things. And you can see classification and pay studies is probably 60% of the work we do. We do a number of other things, and we can fast forward through some of this, hiring, training, helping with performance evaluation, performance pay systems, and you can fast forward a little bit more. I think the last time I counted, I personally have worked with over 125 local governments in North Carolina. And those are just some examples, as well as some nonprofits. So here's where I want to start. I want to talk with you some. I want to walk through some information about the process, methodology of the study. Very informal as I go along. Any questions you have, please speak up. Then I'll pass the study out to you, walk you through what's there. answer any questions you have. Talk about classification and pay. We're really talking two sides of the same coin. Classification side of the coin, pay side of the coin. The classification side is looking at what are the duties in a job. How do those duties compare to duties in other jobs? Are they very similar? Are they similar enough to have the same title? Are they different? And if they're different, ranking jobs in terms of which require more education, more experience, more knowledge, more skill, more responsibility, which require less. What's an appropriate title for the job? In studies like this, sometimes we recommend a different title. Sometimes because the duties have changed and the title is no longer as accurate as it used to be. Sometimes because there's a more modern title. And sometimes there is just a better title that we want to recommend to you. And then finally, on the classification side of the coin, capturing the essence of each job in something we call a class specification, what people often refer to as a job description. So that's the classification side. The pay side of the coin then says, given a set of duties in a job, what's an appropriate salary range for that job from start to max based on what other places are paying for the same kind of work. We can go on to the next one and talk about why does the county need to have a classification and pay plan? It needs to be periodically updated. And you see 5 reasons up there. Obviously, everybody's heard recently about the issue of the Great Resignation. Everybody's having a hard time keeping people. Everybody's having a hard time hiring people. This is one component of being able to do that, is making sure jobs are accurately classified, because when they're not, sometimes people feel like they're not getting credit for the level of responsibility and difficulty in their job. And that's one reason they might leave. And then that jobs have a pay range that's competitive, because you can lose people because of that, and then you cannot hire people if you're not competitive. So both sides of the coin are important. Internal equity, what we're looking at there is making sure jobs are ranked appropriately, but also looking across departmental lines. For example, you would not want to have a situation where you have an administrative assistant in Department A, an administrative assistant in Department B. The one in Department A has more difficult job responsibilities, but the one in Department B has a higher pay range. So creating that internal equity, both laterally and vertically within the organization, which hopefully then leads to equal pay for equal work, which is the underlying principle that we are trying to help you achieve in the recommendations we're making. Maximize cost effectiveness. The best way to tell you about this is to tell you about a study we did 29 years ago, early in my consulting career. This was one of the cities outside of Charlotte, about 175 employees at the time. And this city had never had a pay plan. They didn't have pay ranges, didn't have starting salaries. Their manager had been there over 20 years. His philosophy was he didn't want anybody to tell him what he could or couldn't pay. So he would bring folks in, negotiate, set their salary. They would periodically get raises. He retired, a new manager came in and asked us to create their first pay plan. When we did that study 29 years ago, we found a custodian that was making $45,000 a year. Now, $45,000 a year 29 years ago is like $75,000 a year now. We found an administrative assistant making $52,000, which would be like $82,000 now. And then we found a bunch of underpaid folks. So what was happening in that city is they were using their resources, and everybody has limited resources, to overpay some folks, underpay a bunch of folks. So the whole idea about having a plan, having it accurate and up to date, is having a structure that helps you and management about where to put resources so that you can hire, keep good people, and be fair. And then the final piece up here, defensible. 2 parts to that. One is defensible in the legal sense. And there are a number of laws we pay attention to as we do this. Americans with Disabilities Act, OSHA's Bloodborne Pathogen Standards, Fair Labor Standards Act, just to name a few. The other part of defensible is that what we are recommending to you is based on professional methodology. I haven't been listening to anybody whispering in our ears saying, give so-and-so a raise, don't give so-and-so a raise. We are making professional recommendations. Let me pause. Any questions so far? Okay. So there are two things that are going on that create the need for these studies. One is that over the course of time, the duties and jobs change. Now, they won't change in every job, but they will in some. And that can mean the job is no longer properly classified. It can be because of lots of reasons. It could be because of new technology people are using, reorganizations that change around who's reporting to whom. It can be because of new certifications people have to have. It can be because the county adds or deletes services, and that adds or deletes responsibilities and jobs. So the first place we start is with that job classification, making sure it's accurate or updating it if it's not. The second thing that's going on, and everybody knows, pay changes over time. Most organizations do what we typically call a cost of living adjustment, which usually means kind of following the average of inflation over time. And that's a good thing, but there's a flaw in that. The flaw is that while you're going up on the average of inflation, in reality, some jobs are going up faster than the average. Some are going up slower than that average. So what we do in the study is we go to the market at a given point in time, in this case, December, identify the going rate of pay for jobs, assign them to the pay plan based on that going rate of pay. Then you go another typically 3 to 5 years, adjusting on the average of inflation, come back, do another study, make the fine-tuning adjustments again. Is that making sense for everybody? Any questions on that one? So the steps in the study, obviously the county were the first group of employees in the 3-year cycle. Wanted them to understand what we were doing, make the process as transparent, understandable as possible. Every employee in the cycle, except those in DSS and Health, completed a questionnaire. In DSS and Health, the state classifies their jobs. So when we talked about the two different sides of the coin, on the classification side, we do all the county jobs except those under the state, but we do the pay side for all your jobs. So the DSS and Health are included for the jobs in this cycle on the pay side of the coin. We did interviews that we classified to make sure we understood job duties accurately. Went back to our office, did the analysis, gathered salary data, put everything in a draft, sent it back to staff, said, give us some feedback. The main thing they told us was our spelling mistakes. Helped us correct those. Made the fine tweaks that needed and are today presenting it to you. Any questions about the process? So going to the methodology, I want to talk a little bit about some of the terms I'm using. The difference between a position and a classification. I'm just going to use the Sheriff's Department as an example. Hypothetically, there might be 20 positions in the classification of deputy sheriff. There's only one position in the classification of sheriff. So you can have multi-position classifications. You can have single position classifications. The only time we put multiple positions in the same classification is when all the jobs are similar enough that any one applicant with a given set of knowledge, skills, and abilities could do any of the jobs. If a job requires a substantially different knowledge, skill, or ability, it goes in a different classification. The class specification, as I said earlier, is similar to a job description. The difference is a job description describes a single position. So essentially the questionnaires the employees completed is their job description. We take that and turn it into the class specification, which is a little bit broader, a little bit more formalized, and covers all the positions in the classification. And then the most important distinction up here, very important, is the difference between employee and position. The classification plan is a position classification plan, not an employee classification plan. What that means is we are studying jobs, not people. The classification plan should be accurate as people come and go because it reflects the work that the county has to be done, not the person who happened to be doing that work at the time of the study. We can classify a vacant position and did. In the study, there were some that nobody had filled, but the supervisor did the questionnaire and we classified the job. Questions on any of that? So I want to go over some of the things that are most frequently misunderstood about classification. These are not factors that go into determining which jobs are at the same classification level, which are at different classification levels. That first one is, let me just give you an example, volume of work. Let's say hypothetically, the county had 3 building inspectors. Let's say hypothetically, one of those building inspectors inspected on average 5 houses a day or buildings a day, one inspected on average 6, and one average 7 buildings a day. Now, when we look at those 3 positions to determine, do they go in the same classification level or different classification levels? What we're looking at is, are the duties the same or are the duties different? Now, if all 3 of those building inspectors have the duty of inspecting residential construction for electrical code compliance, then the duties are the same, the classification's the same, the salary range is the same. Now, the difference between 5 buildings a day and 7 buildings a day might be that the one inspecting 7 buildings a day is more productive, getting more done. That would be performance evaluation and performance pay, a different part of the compensation system. Difference might be the one inspecting 5 buildings a day, just inspecting in a part of the county where the sites are spaced out further, just takes longer, not a classification factor. On the other hand, if one of those building inspectors is inspecting residential construction for electrical code compliance, the second one is inspecting residential construction for electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and building code compliance. The third one is inspecting commercial and industrial buildings for electrical, building, mechanical, and code, and I'm going to leave out plumbing code compliance. Then you have 3 different levels and 3 different classifications. Is that making sense for folks? Length of service is the person. Classifications looking at the job, not the person. So if you've got 3 telecommunicators, one's been here 5 years, one's been here 15 years, one's been here 6 months. Again, if the duties are the same, the classification's the same, the salary range is the same. Hopefully, when you get to the pay side of the coin, you would see them at 3 different places within that salary range. Employee qualifications gets interesting because in classification, what we're looking at is not what are the qualifications the person has, but rather what are the qualifications the job requires. Probably the best example of that goes back to when I was working with the town of Chapel Hill. That was 35, 40 years ago. We were doing a study of our bus drivers. Had 50 bus drivers at the time, and believe it or not, 2 of them were attorneys. They finished law school, they passed the bar, hadn't got a job as a lawyer yet, so they were still driving buses, which was how they put themselves through law school. So who thinks you should pay a bus driver differently if they've got a law degree than the other bus drivers?
Liz.
Usually, if there's an attorney in the room, they want to argue with me about that.
That's him.
And then finally, employee work performance is not part of classification.
Muted.
Because again, that's the person we're looking at the job. We won't know who's doing a great job. We won't know if somebody's in trouble. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. I was doing a study sometime back with a really small
Unmuted.
town. This was a town that had only like 9 employees, no manager. They had like 3 reporting to the Public Works Commissioner and 3 reporting to the Finance Commissioner and 3 reporting to the Police Commissioner. And I passed out the recommendations, which I'll be doing shortly with you. And we got to one particular page and one of the board members just blurted out, "We can't pay this person this much." I said, "Well, what's the problem?" He said, "Well, he's doing a lousy job. We're getting ready to fire him." And this was a public meeting. And I said, "Well, if you've told him what he needs to do to improve and you've given him a chance to improve and you've, been through your disciplinary processes and done the training and he's still not performing, you do have to deal with that person appropriately. But you still want to classify the job accurately, put it in a competitive salary range. So if you fire somebody who's doing a bad job, you'll have the starting salary you need to hire somebody who can do a good job. Sometimes we don't end up with people we need because we aren't paying what we need to get them." Questions on that one? So these are the classification factors we do use in determining which jobs are at the same classification level, which are at different classification levels. So that first one is mental difficulty. How hard are the problems that have to be solved in a job? complexity. How many steps does somebody have to go through to complete a task? And they get it done in 3 steps, so take them 33 steps to get through something. A variety of work. How many different kinds of things does somebody have to know about or be able to do? Is it just inspect electrical? Is it inspect electrical, plumbing, mechanical? Is it just read meters? Is it read meters and finish concrete? Is it read meters and finish concrete and operate construction equipment? So we look at that kind of variety. How does this person interact with the public? Is this somebody who's just dealing with coworkers, or do they represent the county to the public? And if they are dealing with the public, what are they doing? Are they taking in information? Are they giving out information on behalf of the county? Are they solving problems or complaints? Are they enforcing laws or codes? Are they negotiating contracts on behalf of the county? Education and experience, and again, that's what does the job require? We look at the work environment and hazards. Is this somebody who has to go out at 2 o'clock in the morning when it's 10 degrees outside, deal with dangerous people, dangerous situations? Physical effort, we look at the frequency, intensity, and duration of physical effort required. Supervision received and supervision exercised. Is this somebody who has supervisory authority, and if so, at what level of authority? And then is this somebody whose supervisor makes most of the decisions, or do they work independently and make their own decisions? So I want to turn back now to the pay side of the coin and just kind of talk a little bit about how what we're doing fits into the overall compensation system. So there are 4 primary components to every or supposed to be to every compensation system, public sector or private sector. It's like a 4-legged table. If one of the legs is missing, then it puts pressure on the other legs, and the table's unstable. So the first one of these is the major focus of this study, updating your classification and pay plan. And you can think about that plan as the infrastructure of the HR system, the bones of the system. When that's out of whack, it pulls everything else out of whack. The second one of these is what people typically call cost of living adjustment. I think go on in, there's a slide for that. We've talked about that one. The annual market adjustment is what people typically call a cost of living adjustment. And what this typically is looking at the national rate of inflation, but also the local economy. Is it stronger or weaker than the national inflation rate? And adjusting your ranges based on that, moving your hiring rate and your max so you're staying up with the market. If the county did not do this, and your competitors do, then what would happen is over time, their starting salaries would be going up. Yours would be staying the same. It would get to the point you could only hire people nobody else wanted, which obviously is not where you want to be. The other part of this is that it helps keep down turnover. Turnover is very costly. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, when you lose an employee, the cost to the county is somewhere between 2/3 of that employee's annual salary and 125% of that employee's annual salary. And you have a lot of folks in that 100 to 125% range in terms of all the kind of certifications and training that your folks have to have. The third of the 4 parts is that once you have your pay ranges established and up to date, there needs to be some method of moving employees across that range. There's no one right or wrong way to do that. And just, I understand in the last few years, y'all have started trying to move folks some within that range. And that's very important. Probably the majority of places do that based on performance. And at some point, that may be where you want to go, because you always will have, if you don't, you'll always have employees saying, well, why should I work so hard? As I'm, already working harder than this person, and they're getting the same increase. So that's an issue that you can think about down the road a little bit. And the final one is longevity pay. Longevity says, thank you for sticking with us. We appreciate your loyalty. And one of the things you'll see when we pass the study out is we've done a benefits comparison, so you can just kind of see how you match up as well as with salaries. So I want to do one more thing very quickly before I pass the study out. And that's just illustrate a little bit for you how the pay plan is intended to work. So what we have recommended to you is pay grades that go down the page like this. And a range, and that range, that's not going, we've recommended a hiring rate, a minimum, a midpoint, and a max. That's different. In the past, y'all have had steps. The problem with steps is it limits your flexibility. So if your steps are 2.5%, you can only move people 2.5 or 5 or 7.5. With an open range, you can do 1%, you can do 2.25, you can do 3.1, you can do any kind. It gives you so much more flexibility. And the way this is intended to work, the way this is intended to work is that the grades going down the page are intended to represent the job. So again, I'm just going to use the Sheriff's Department as an example because I think their rank structure makes it easy to follow. So we'll say hypothetically, grade 61 is a deputy sheriff, grade 63 is a sergeant, grade 65 is a lieutenant. And I'm just going to stick some round numbers up here for illustration. Don't read anything into these. So we'll just say hypothetically, this goes from 40 to 60,000. And we'll say this one hypothetically goes from 45 to 70. So when we say the grade represents the job, what that means is if grade 61 is the grade for deputies, all deputies are somewhere in that grade. Grade 63 is the grade for sergeant, all sergeants are somewhere in that grade. If I'm a deputy and I get to the top of my grade, I can't just go down to the next grade. That represents the maximum value in the market, and that's what keeps you from overpaying like that $52,000/$82,000 administrative assistant 29 years ago. So the only way my grade changes is if my job changes. So if I'm a deputy and get promoted to sergeant, I go to grade for sergeant. If I'm a sergeant and mess up and get demoted to deputy, I go back to the grade for deputy. A study like this could say, well, really, based on the market, deputies should be in grade 62, sergeants should be in grade 64. If you approve that, they all move. But the grade and the job stay together. The range then, going this way, is where the person comes in. So let's say hypothetically, the sheriff is hiring 2 new deputies today. And let's say hypothetically, one of them is coming straight out of basic law enforcement training. The other one has been a deputy in Robinson County for 2 years. And they're both going to be deputies, so they're going in the same pay grade, but you have a difference in the qualifications of the 2 people. So the way that this is intended to work is you'd start the one with no previous experience here, the one with previous experience somewhere above that. Then once they're on board, there needs to be some method of moving them across that range. If that method, for example, is performance, then what that means is that periodically each employee is considered as to whether or how much of an increase he or she has earned. Now, there is a seniority component to performance pay because the longer somebody's here, the more opportunities they have to earn an increase and move across the range. The performance component is the better job they're doing, the larger and or more frequent the increases and the faster they move across the range. So that the kind of distribution you expect to see is you expect to see long-term high performance employees been here a long time doing a really good job in the top parts of the pay plan. You expect to see middle-term high performers and long-term middle performers in the middle parts of the pay plan. And you expect to see brand new folks and some longer-term folks who are doing enough to keep their job, but not a whole lot more in the beginning parts of the pay range. Questions on any of this so far? So when you do that market adjustment or cost of living, this whole chart changes. So let's say you did a 2%, this would change by 2%, this would change by 2%, this would change. Everything on the whole chart changes by whatever that percentage is. And we've given the county a linked spreadsheet to make it really easy to do this in the future.
I have a question, if you don't mind. So looking at that, the pay grade, the minimum, median, and maximum, let's say you have an employee that has education qualification, but with minimum experience, will you start that person the beginning, the middle, or where will you start?
Okay, so the beginning of every job's pay range is key to that class specification. And you'll be getting copies of those. It's got the education, experience, and certifications required for that job. And if somebody exceeds that in some significant way on education, experience, or certifications, then you can go above. The issue is you have to look at where your current employees are. And I'm going to talk next about compression, because that's an issue you have to deal with as well. So what y'all have asked us to do in this mainly is this part right here. What is the proper classification for the job, and what is a competitive salary range? And once we know that, we've got to get employees onto the recommended pay range for their job. We've got to put them on this chart in the proper classification. And we'll show you the implementation strategy we calculated for that. In calculating that implementation strategy, we also did something we call a compression or a distribution analysis. And what that means is we take all the employees in all the jobs and all the grades. We combine them all together and flatten them, and we do bar charts. How many employees are at the very beginning of the range bar? How many are 5% into the range bar? How many are 10% into the range bar, and so on. And if you draw a line across the top of those bar charts, what you hope to see is something that looks sort of like a bell-shaped curve. The ideal distribution of employees across the range in a long-term stable organization is to have approximately 2/3 of employees in the middle 1/3 of the pay plan. Unfortunately, sometimes instead of that bell-shaped curve, what we see is something that looks like a ski slope, and that is what we call compression. And what that means is that most employees are in the beginning parts of the pay plan. And if an organization has compression, there are two associated problems. One is a hiring problem, going back to the answer to your question. So let's say you have a very well-qualified candidate you want to hire. To get them, you need to pay them right here, but your on-board equally qualified folks are back here. You got a problem. And you have to take that into account when you set your starting salaries for new folks. The second problem with compression can be a morale issue, because instead of having long-term high performers over here and brand new folks over here, they're very close together. And that can, unfortunately, contribute to that expensive turnover that we were talking about earlier. Questions?
I was just thinking that.
Yes.
You wrote the-
camera. Ms. Stacey, we want to try to move you just a little bit. He's going to help you.
All right, let's try to move you into the middle. All right, how about right there? Are you good? Okay.
So where do you want me?
In front of that, right beside it,
Okay.
right beside it. I think that will get you in the camera shot.
If you're still using
No
it.
problem.
You can join me.
Okay, so, let me just kind of walk you through what's here. There's a cover page, a table of contents, and then that, next page 2 is what we've already covered, the study methodology. You go to the first tab, it says report recommendations. What you have going from page 4 all the way through page 17 is a narrative description, department by department, of the jobs covered in this cycle. There's basically a paragraph for each different classification. If you turn on over to page 18 with me.
You said 18?
Page 18. What you see there at the top of the page are the places that were included in the salary survey. And of course, we use your surrounding counties, because those are your most intense competitors. That's when your employees can go work with them without having to move. Those percentages you see there are the range widths. So for example, a range that goes from 40 to 60,000, 60 minus 40 is 20, 20 is half of 40, that's a 50% range. What we recommended to you based on the market was a 55% range. Your current ranges were 41%. Then it talks about compression. Let me talk about the implementation strategy. So what we did with the implementation, let me also say the difference between hiring and minimum on the recommended pay table is that when somebody comes in at the hiring rate, once they complete probation, they go to that minimum. That's jump starting addressing that compression issue. So we placed everybody who completed probation at minimum plus 1.5% per year. Now let me talk about how we calculated that year. Let's say you've got a sergeant in the sheriff's office who has been with the county for 10 years, 5 of it as sergeant, and 5 years before he or she was a sergeant. You want to place them in the sergeant range, but they haven't been a sergeant all 10 years. So but you don't want to put them at the beginning part of the sergeant range either. So what we've done is we took the goal that they had, plus they've been a sergeant, added them together and divided it in half. And we give them 7.5 years credit, times that 1.5% per year. So they get some credit for previous service and then credit for how long they've been in their current job, equal amounts. So each employee has been moved into the recommended range at 1.5% above minimum per year, calculated this way. Have I said that clearly? Do you have questions about that?
My question is, you have already gone through the people in those positions and made that calculation on each of those individuals.
That's right. And what you see there at the bottom of page 18 is the annualized cost to implement. Now, obviously, if you implement March 1st, it's on a fourth of that for this year. But that's the annualized cost. No, is that right? That is right. Yeah, making sure I'm remembering that.
Yes.
That's the annualized cost. So the 3 months, 4 months is going to be a third to a fourth of that amount for this fiscal year, but that's the annualized cost. Other questions?
No, I'm sorry, I've got to follow up that's then at what point does that employee move eligible for another increase?
Well, if you do a COLA, which we do recommend July 1st, because what we're recommending to you is only for a third of the organization, and it's only based on the market right now. So July 1st, if you do a COLA, that affects everybody, whether they were in this cycle or not in this cycle. And then the in-range,
Right, the salary progression plan would proceed as it's,
Currently,
Approved now,
yeah,
yes, sir.
yeah, okay.
so you can think of this does not replace anything else.
Mhm.
This is basically a catch-up to closer to where they should be already. And then everything else continues. And then we'll be doing the catch-up for another group of jobs next year, and then a third group, the third year. And you see on page 19, some comments that we already covered. Number one, that this salary data is right now, and July 1st, all these same organizations will be adjusting their ranges again, and you want to make sure you adjust yours. The number two is this is salary dollars only. There's another probably somewhere 16 to 18% that's benefits cost. The third one, we recommend the county manager have the flexibility to withhold any adjustments with employees with documented disciplinary actions. And then also to make any minor adjustments that are, the implementation strategy can create an unintentional inequity. And that will not be any, a number of jobs, but it might be one or two or three, where the county manager will need to make some kind of minor adjustment because of the implementation.
Does that include any input from, say, DSS and Health Department, and any at all from the sheriff? Or
Well, the sheriff's, the only jobs from the sheriff and DSS and health included in this round were their clerical jobs.
okay.
So obviously, I mean, we have talked with them, but those are the only jobs that were included in this round. The sheriff's office, sworn law enforcement's in the next cycle, DSS and health are the third cycle.
So is your recommendation going to be the same with regard to the?
We'll recommend the
employees,
same implementation strategy.
with the manager making determinations about?
Well, yeah, I mean, for consistency across all departments, you need one person who's looking at doing it consistently. And then number four, is what I think we already talked about. These are considered one-time catch-ups that don't take the place of any other increases.
When Mr. Johnston was asking his question, I think perhaps he was thinking about the sheriff's department is relatively autonomous.
I understand.
And I would
And
assume,
in most counties, there is more centralized, input into compensation to help create internal equity across all departments. And that is something we recommend. Obviously, it's the county's decision as to how you do that. But that internal equity is important, because the county has liability regardless of which department it is. And you want your experts taking a look at that. But that is your decision as to how you do that. Yeah, did I answer your
Yes, ma'am.
question? Any other questions on any of this before I move on? So what you see on the next page, page 20, is that bar chart I was talking about where you hope to see the bell-shaped curve. Your ski slope is not starting at the very beginning. It starts a little bit further in, but you see you do still have compression. And what that means is, to the extent that you can, taking a more aggressive approach to your, not in range, but salary progression. I'm trying to remember what y'all call that. To the salary compression approach, to keep moving people across that range to help address that compression. And I think, y'all at least got a good start on that. Page 21 is the actual pay table. And then pages 22 through 24, along with page 21, is what you would actually adopt as adopting this recommended, pay plan. Any questions on pages, 22 through 24? Then behind page 25 is the actual salary data. So you can see the same data that we compiled and the decisions that we made based on that data. Starting on page 26.
Can you back up just a second?
Sure.
Then forward. And I know you're grading the classifications of the job title, but I don't see a county manager title in there. Is there a reason for that? Or?
County managers historically have not been included in our classification plan because the Board of Commissioners said.
I got it, yeah, I just.
Now, I will
was
also share with you, probably in the 32 years I've been doing this, almost all, until the last 3 years, county managers were non-pay plans.
I get it,
There
I
is
just.
There's a trend, I want to share with you, there's actually a trend now of putting them on. We're just starting to see. So if you want me to do that, I will be happy to do that.
No,
Your decision.
I get it.
Okay. If you go behind the policy tab, there are some management recommendations. These you can kind of think of as just some future issues you might want to look at. Some more current, some not as current to think about. There's 3 pages of those. On pages 4 and 5 is the benefits comparison that I was telling you about. If you look at page 4 there, you'll see the comparisons. And one of the things that we did recommend looking at the 401k, there is a trend to match what goes to law enforcement over time. Y'all are at 2.5 for non-law enforcement. Law enforcement state requires 5%. Not all the counties have done that, but you'll see one of the counties has. Actually, 2 of them have, Richmond and Madison, but are moving in that direction. And then the probationary pay increase that we recommended to jumpstart that compression at 5%. And then probably would make sense to have a countywide policy for compensating for standby and on call that would be consistent. On page 5, at the top of the page is vacation accrual. And we did recommend that you look at your vacation accrual. Most of your competitors, well, not most, but over half of your competitors are starting employees at 12 days a year. And when you're in a competitive hiring market, that can make a difference. And then you'll also note that most of your competitors have higher than 21 days at the max for the longer term employees. But again, this isn't a high priority. I wanted to make you aware of it, something to think about. And then we also recommended raising your longevity by a small amount, not a significant amount, to be a little bit more competitive on that. So any questions on the benefits? And then behind that last tab are all those class specifications or job descriptions that were the covered positions that were not in the executive right theirs. And you can see a title, you want to see what are the duties, what are the requirements for that job, these are in alphabetical order. We do recommend that the class specifications stay administrative so that staff can change those without having to come back to you. You would not have to approve every little change in those class specifications. So that completes my presentation. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions. I wanted, since this is the first of the 3-year cycles, I wanted to go into more depth this year to kind of give you the base methodology and information. But in future years, we won't need to I won't need to take this much of your time. I didn't want to give you that base understanding of what we're doing, how we're doing it. the understanding. Questions?
I have a question, and I think that one of our concerns is the turnover rate and our maybe lack of competitive salary with our surrounding counties. I've seen comparisons of where we are currently. Is there a page in here where is this page 28 or somewhere in that range?
Yes, it is.
And
Starting at page, starting at page 28 is where it starts, actually a little bit before that, behind the first tab.
Right.
It starts
26.
26, thank you. You can, so you see, if you go to page 26 behind that first tab, and we'll just, let's just pick on payroll specialist.
This is going to be, if we make the changes that are recommended, what our competitiveness, how we would stack up against other
That's
counties.
right.
Okay.
So you'll see, for example, with payroll specialist, well, actually, that's not a good comparison because your payroll specialist has more responsibilities than some of the other jobs in the market. So let's go to the lead accountant, is probably a better example. The average in the market is 52.4. We recognize that some of those jobs, a couple of them have some supervisory responsibility, which made them a little bit stronger than yours. Your current range was 45. We recommended 49. But taking into account what jobs were similar, what jobs were different in the market to your comparison. If you look at finance director, right beside that, for example, you'll see that the average is 83.7. Many of the finance departments that we looked at were a little bit bigger than yours, so we took that into account, but we still felt that you were below market and recommended 78.3. So you'll see there what the how competitive we're recommending. And we're taking into account, a lot of factors when we make those comparisons. We're taking into account how closely the jobs in the market are matching yours, whether your job is stronger, not as strong as the others.
Does it give an account, some of those same counties not dealing with the school floor like we're dealing with?
Well, you can't, because what you are trying to do is pay what it takes to get a qualified person. And getting a qualified person has nothing to do with, unfortunately, with your other expenses. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that's just the way life is. A person, the grocery store selling apples in Laurinburg is not going to pay attention to, what other problems people in Laurinburg might have. They're going to price those apples at what it takes to buy an apple. And unfortunately, you have to buy employees at the market rate. Commissioner Richard.
No, but we all know that we know the flip side.
I understand. And you're caught between a rock and a hard place because the turnover makes your cost higher.
Right.
And so being competitive helps actually lower that cost, but there's cost to that as well. So I do understand.
And Susan, this may be a question for you. And this is 1/3 of the study. But how many employees does this cover?
73 positions were.
Of our 300 positions?
Yes. Cycle 2, I think, will be public safety and the trades, or the trades like public buildings, things like that. And then health and DSS will be the third cycle.
I think that we will have to, when we begin to look at our budget and try to get everything up to date, number one thing, we will have to consider the tax rate. How much, bringing everybody up to standard with Moore County, how is it gonna affect our tax rate? And then Clarence got a point about the school. So definitely, this is wonderful. We hope we can do the best we can, but we're not gonna get the tax rate so high that our people in the county cannot live.
What was the number? Was it 306?
306.
But you wouldn't do this all in one year.
Yeah, you would do it all in one
Well,
year.
that's the reason for the pre-recycle.
Yeah. That's why we
So this is
separate.
just the
But the
first.
306 is just
For this-
what's here.
There's
That
another
doesn't
number.
include the other. There's more numbers out there. So it goes back to what you say, it's always the money, right?
Always money.
And keep in mind, we're doing these sort of in mid to late of the fiscal year. So that's an annualized figure. So for this fiscal year, you would be paying about a fourth of that for this fiscal year.
But we would have to
Right.
plan for July 1 for
Right.
the full amount for the next year.
Right.
In this year's budget, we did go off and look at the positions that were going to be studied. And we actually put in a 5%, expecting this to be adopted in January, for the February paycheck.
So you're saying this is already budgeted?
I expected that we're gonna be 10% beyond market, below market. And I think this recommendation is about 9.8, 9.7%.
So we're just under what we
So-
budgeted.
We're on target for budget for a mid-year implementation.
Let me be clear, I think Ms. Patterson may have had this budgeted, but I don't believe the board has made any decision in regard to that.
You have not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before, any other commissioner have any questions of Ms. Beasley?
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
opportunity to work with you. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to chew on that.
And with that, basically what for the board's consideration is really looking at, in the report recommendations, approving on the salary schedules from page 21 through 24.
And the new grade assignment.
With the grants.
You're not looking for that today. though.
Yeah, you're not looking for a decision from this group today, I don't think.
Whenever you want that to be made effective.
Well, I would say that Ms. Beasley has given us a huge amount of information, all that is, I think, very good information and valuable, but I think I'm gonna have to digest it before I
Same here.
think we need to. And we have a meeting scheduled in 2 weeks that I think we can bring it up at that point if appropriate.
And you, I'm sorry.
And does anybody have a different opinion on that?
Well, we gotta know how this is gonna impact our budget. You know, that's number one thing, right? I mean, we gotta know, you know, we see the difference here.
It's hard to know what you decide on first.
Yeah, right.
And oh, God, I've already paused. I need to go ahead and ask. Are the rescue funds available for any of this?
They would be offered, we could use those to offset these costs, yes.
But that only helps us for a year or two.
That only helps us for, I think we've
We
got,
gotta sustain it.
there's a limited amount of time for that too. Okay, I think this is something, if I may, we will table until the meeting first of Monday night in March. I believe that's 7 months. Okay. All right, any other comments anybody wishes to make in regard to the salary study? Again, thank you for being here. You are welcome to sit through the next 12 hours of this if you choose to. But don't feel that you have to.
Thank you.
And please, if you get an opportunity, give my regards to Dick McMahon when you have that opportunity. Department updates. And it says here, we're starting with April Sneed. Is that not what's next on our agenda?
We're still on compensation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
GSA social worker.
Okay, excuse me.
Well, just with that, there were some items that were brought up before we leave employee compensation. Bringing up the possibility of also using the ARP funds or rescue funds for a bonus due to operations in COVID. I know I've had some individual conversations there, and that would be something that would be up for the board's consideration. And it may be something you want to think about with this salary study information we've gotten as well. Especially with some of the other things that we're going to go over today.
I think, if I may, I think Kevin is mentioning, I brought up, Ms. McCall, I brought up at one of our previous meetings about a request that came to, I know the DSS board from some of that staff. I think this is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And some of that is, and DSS is not the only department that.
Oh, yeah, there are a whole lot of others.
Well, you can't do one department without doing the
Right,
other.
right, right. I'm just saying that's where it came, where the conversation stemmed from.
That's how it originated.
So that we all maybe understand it the same way, can you tell us what you were contemplating? What departments and how many employees and how much money you're talking about?
With this, I don't have I have not developed a strategy on what a potential bonus would be. I know one recommendation coming in was actually a tiered structure for a bonus. And it would be more on job activities, so that all county employees would receive a base bonus. Thereafter, it would be tiered based on your potential impact with COVID. So really, you're talking about, you have people like me. I sit in my office and nobody comes to see me. Then you have the people who may be working in the health, in the clinic. They're seeing people face to face, day after day. Then you have people like in DSS, Sheriff's Department, EMS. They're going into people's homes where they know there are COVID cases.
Right.
So you have probably a three-tiered structure on a bonus. And that, so you have those, everybody, those people who have close interaction with the public and those people who have that personal interaction with the public. And if there were, and we have about, because we would look at all permanent employees, which are your full-time and your part-time in addition to 32 hours a week. Because some of those are also going to be like our bus drivers that are our regular part-time bus drivers. But, coming up with a structure on something like that would depend on the interest with the board and seeing how everybody wanted to do that.
Yeah, didn't we have a structure when we did the original bonus pay?
I believe,
We did 500 for base and then 1,000 for public safety.
yeah,
Okay. Was that something that we developed internally, or did it come down to us from somewhere else?
no, that's something we developed.
Was that, did that touch all of our employees?
Yes.
Yes, everybody got something.
Everybody got?
And when was this?
A year and a half ago?
It
A year ago?
was,
What year? 21?
I think December of 20.
Not the midpoint, but earlier in the pandemic.
Pandemic, okay.
So I think this allows us to give some sense of gratitude for the work that has been done in the midst of the heart of the pandemic.
Right.
And ARC funds can, of course, be used in this.
And we'll be talking about those funds later on in the meeting as well, because like I think I've mentioned, we have a lot more flexibility in those funds right now. But that is something else to put on your plate as we go.
Well, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here on these ARP funds, but I think we gotta know what's in there, what's left, and what's owed. And, we can go back, I can get into that question later, but before we decide how much of it we're gonna spend.
Right.
But I think it would be worthwhile, I do think that's important, But I like the three tiers that you shared because it does show some differentiation between the impact or the possible risk that staff was placed in. So if you could put a plan together for that,
Okay.
or recommendation based upon our future conversation, I think that would be appreciated.
Okay, we can do that. And we'll work on that and bring that, to the March board meeting.
But if you tiered it 3, would you want it as a flat amount for each tier or a percentage of their annual?
I would recommend a flat amount.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Man making $20,000 a year, $500 bonus is a lot more to a man
Look
that's making
different.
$70,000.
Right. I think the flats, probably.
And this is not something that hopefully we would have to sustain going forward.
We pray not.
That's right.
Okay, why don't you bring that back to us on the 7th? And we will all keep that in mind as we evaluate all of these other
Moving pieces.
moving pieces that all will have a dollar figure attached to it.
And another thing, April and I've had a conversation on, and this is tying in, with an issue she's having in turnover in DSS. Right now, I think, and April, feel free to chime in, but, right now, your average length of service in your child support unit is under 3 years.
In my child welfare, the social work unit, it's about 2 years and they're gone.
And some of this is also sitting in with that situation where, it is where they can literally go to Richmond County, Robinson County and get,
About 10,000
Yeah.
walking in the door.
About how much?
About 10,000 more walking in the door.
Wow.
And fewer caseload.
We read that. Isn't that in our packet, all those figures?
Is that true?
yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
Lower
Yeah,
caseload.
you have information that she prepared in your, is in your packet.
Yep.
And it's a situation where, it might be, well, Robinson County pays more, yeah, but it's Robinson County, but Richmond County also pays more. And there are different environments in each one. Environment is always a factor, but then again, when you have 10% or more, and then you also have counties around us that are starting bonus hiring pay, sign-on bonuses. And some of that's also going to probably key in. I think those will go away, but I think those will wind up being buried into longevity pay, your automatic salary progressions, things like that. So, DSS is really struggling, especially in that one unit, because of a significant part of that is the situation that we have going on here.
How many child welfare workers do you have?
About 18.
And I'm trying to remember from the package, did I read that you had lost 7 in the last 3 years?
We've lost many more than 7. 7 went to other counties and we know it.
Okay.
Surrounding counties.
So what is the number? What is the cost? Everything goes back to the money, right?
So
If we did that proposal, which is an option.
Well, and what I put up there were just random options, not to say do 100% of that
Right.
or not. Of course, the biggest, it's interesting when I was hearing Ms. Beasy speak, we're living what she's describing.
Right.
We can't keep them, and now I can't even hire them. Hiring wasn't always an issue, but now in Scotland County.
But so that's not in this.
No,
No.
that's
So
Um,
just a rough average of those all together, you're talking 46, 47 on the competitive side, not counting that monthly retention bonus thing. So then you're talking $4 or $5 grand, 10% on 18. So you about $250,000 roughly. That's 10.
if we could become competitive with our salary to begin with, and then hopefully that keeps them longer.
But that's what I'm saying,
Right, and clearly, I would come here and say, I want all of that stuff under proposal options.
Right.
There are other things that are just incentives on top of salary, like when they work on call. They work 40 hours a week, let's say they do another 20 that week on call, and we hand them comp time. They've got so much comp time, they don't need it. They don't care, they can't even take it, because they can't be out of work, because there's nobody else there to work. So to say, you worked an extra 20 hours this week, let me pay you for it, instead of paying you time you can't take, leave time you can't take.
Have you
That-
tried to
that would be-
calculate how much that would be?
I haven't calculated that. Clearly, we could just go pull all the hours that they work
And,
beyond 40.
and some of these issues, we're already planning on addressing and are gonna be in a budget recommendation. But like the on-call, first of all, as Veezy said, that we need to have a standard on-call. We've varied our on-call strategy, but part of it is gonna be developing an on-call pay that applies to DSS or EMS, 911. Something that we think will actually address how that happens.
They already get a stipend to do on-call. When I did on-call 20 years ago, I would go weeks and never walk out of the house. That never happens anymore. They're
Yeah.
working hours and hours after their 8-hour day. And people don't want to do it. Anymore, there's no incentive to do it. Even if we give them an extra, $100 a week. They don't want to do that.
So you saying that you coming to us just like the sheriff department did?
To a degree, because we're in a crisis.
It's right.
We are.
It's on the fair thing
We're
because
in a crisis at
I
this point.
expect all them
I
departments to
can't
do that.
keep them and I can't
because-
even hire them.
It's on the fair way to do it.
And the hiring is probably what's perplexed me a little bit more. I understand it. We used to get all the people that had to be trained
Mhm.
and then they go, but now they don't even need to apply with us because other counties have openings too. And you saw, I sat down and said, what is it costing Scotland County to train a social worker? About $10,000. And that means you've got somebody sitting in a chair, not having a caseload because they can't, the state won't allow it, while they're waiting to be trained. So when we do that, the next county gets our gift. Because they don't have to start over when they go to another county. We've trained them. We fronted the money for the state to train them, and then that county gets our gift. So if we've had 7 in 3 years, we've been about $70,000 and handed it to other counties.
So Ms. Sneed, when they leave, do you do an exit interview
I
of some
do.
sort?
I
You do it yourself? I understand this is an issue. Are there other issues? I had this conversation on Board of Health. Let's say we give them more money, but then we're still losing people.
That's right.
Are there some other concerns?
And
in
I
the issue?
felt that way years ago, because if you saw at the top, 2 years ago, I think we had a 79% turnover rate. That's unacceptable in any unit. I mean, that's like the whole unit left, almost. And so we do. And so back then we saw training, internal training was an issue. We've developed an entire new training model and manual. And this is how we train new social workers. And then you hear the things that turn into just like the cycle. We get down a couple workers and their caseloads go up high. So now they're stressed out. That's beyond our control, right? And of course we support them and say they will come back down, and they do. And so there were things in-house we had to address.
Gotcha.
We had to address our own issues and take ownership of that. And so we've done several things like that. That I get feedback now in exit interviews that look very different than I would have done 2 or 3 years ago.
Got a question. What year did we give the child welfare social workers a 5% increase?
Was it 19?
I think so.
It was in 19.
2019?
No, that's only two.
Did that, how much of an impact did that have?
I mean, it helps for a limited time, right? But then other counties keep doing this. And so we keep doing this. I compare us to Richmond County, one, because I know Robbie Hall and talk to him often. And, he had the same sort of crisis a year, 2 years ago, where Moore County took everybody he had. They were calling and recruiting his workers, like Richmond's doing mine now. Our supervisors call our staff and say, why don't you come over here? We got hiring bonuses, we've got retention bonuses, and we're paying $10,000. They call our staff, and it's working. And I said, Robbie, come on now, don't do that to us, and of course. But he was in this situation, I'd say 2 years ago, and that was the beginning of where their salary went up. They used to be very, very close to us, and now they've, gone on up. So to say he paid his way out of it, I guess he did. And I don't think that's always the answer, much to Commissioner Gibson's point. Sometimes you gotta clean up your house before you just think money's gonna get you out of it, right?
I'd like to say this, we do have a pay scale problem, it's severe. But Wake County is one of the highest paid counties in social services. They are having close to the same problem we are having here, because the work environment has changed so drastically. The people they are dealing with, especially on the adoption side, that side of it, is so difficult to place kids, and they are so difficult to deal with. They are experiencing some of the same pain we have in here, but definitely pay will cause a person to stick it out longer. So we have to adjust that, but it will remain tough, especially for the new people coming in to this profession. And I'm sure they can attest to that. If you hire someone directly out of college over a year, so it's hard for them to deal with the population they're having to deal with. Thank you.
One more question. Have you seen, are you losing staff to school systems? Because there has been in my knowledge, there's been an expansion of job opportunities for social workers beyond DSS.
We have.
25 years ago, social workers worked at DSS and that was about it. But now you've got multiple places where someone with a BSW or an MSW can go to work besides DSS, that those markets are more competitive. So I'm just
And let's be
wondering.
honest, the work is not as hard. I can think of two off the top of my head that have just gone to Scotland County School System, making an equivalent salary, a little less. But you don't have to, the work is just not that hard.
And it's 10 months.
Right. And you're going home at 3:30 or 4. Nobody's asking you to come out at night.
Yeah.
And right.
So we do. There's just more opportunities for social workers in the profession.
And Mr. Alford's right, that hiring social workers in child welfare is a problem across this state. Any county will tell you that. And so all counties are taking from each other or just scrambling to figure out what are we gonna do with it.
Kevin, did I hear you say that you've taken some of this into consideration as part of a budget recommendation that we may hear from you later today or on the 7th?
Part of the things that we're, Susan and I've already been talking about developing is looking at this is not in the pay plan.
Right.
But looking at a different on-call strategy or an on-call policy, coming up with that. And then we've even discussed looking at recruitment bonuses.
That would be on the incremental stage as they progress within their training period.
And that would be based kind of county, and these would be countywide.
I already have an incremental pay structure for training. And, I think I've had that in place over a year, nobody can get it yet. The catch-22 is the state won't offer the training. We can't ever get a qualified social worker, so I have to bring them in way down here at this salary. And then I say, but if you can get your training in first year, I'm gonna pay you what I'm paying your coworker sitting beside you, as if you were fully qualified, because you're doing the exact same job. I haven't been able to give that incentive yet,
But because they leave or because you just can't get them trained?
because the state will not offer enough trainings to get them in that time period.
Is that COVID related in any
No.
way?
No. COVID has actually helped training because they're doing everything
Everything
virtual,
virtual.
so I don't have to send them, away. So I've got that in place. I really feel like if there's anything we can do today, beyond saying, hey, we're gonna make salaries where they should be for these people. Even an incentive for my current staff to say, let me pay you for your own call. Instead of, here, take this time, let me hand you this time you can't take.
Well, you got to give us a number. You got to say,
Let's go again.
in other words, we can't just approve of open end. So you got to say that's going to cost you $205, or that's going to cost you $155. I mean, I get what you're saying. but
Right,
we gotta
because it
have-
would come out of my existing salary line item.
Well, we're going to have to increase that probably. So, but
Well, I don't know, as much,
As much lap
as
salary.
much as flat salaries we're doing right now. But I can come up with a number over the last 6 months of on-call hours we've,
I'm just, don't you think?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think it's something that we could maybe take action on the 7th.
On the 7th.
Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners, my only concern, I totally agree. But when I listen to this conversation and I listen to what Commissioner McFadden just stated, which is a real factor, and that is that once we did this for the sheriff's department, I figured other departments would come because everybody's need more. And I'm looking at Dr. Caldwell wondering, are you having some of these same issues? Because once you do it for DSS, then you may as well.
Oh, yeah, everybody's going to be.
Yeah.
Not to kill out this concern, but are you having those
I
experiences?
was gonna add to what,
Right.
April is saying, and in the health department, it might even be worse. The nutrition area, environmental health, nursing department, we are having a whole lot of turnover. And I agree with Becky's presentation because you spend a lot of money training, and after 2 years, that person leaves. It costs a whole more lot to the candidate than the person did. So one of the things I think is really to invest in the space system. One of the business principles is you invest to gain. You spend to gain. If you don't spend, you won't gain. It's just a simple business principle. So the only way I think to really look at this structure, because we are having the whole lot of turnover rate, and it really affects our ability to be able to work.
I think you also have to consider where your liability's at.
Yeah.
And so if I have 3 social workers doing 8 social workers' jobs, that's children's safety.
Right.
Do we have any, the sheriff's
You can only
department
do so
on, or is the
much.
sheriff on, do you know? I'm just curious as to what's happened there since we made that change on that turnover.
Have we had enough time to tell, I wonder?
It's been almost a year.
When did we make that change? I can't remember.
July.
July, yeah.
Last
July,
It's been a while.
It's been 8 months.
Just curious, I don't, you may know offhand, but did it help or hurt?
And as much as we want to do
It's
something,
kind of
Go ahead.
spurts.
Well, you're always gonna have some.
Yeah, it kind of runs in spurts, but I haven't had I don't think the turnover that we've had in the past.
Well, it seems to me that the conversation that took place a year ago was the reason we launched into this salary study to start with.
Mhm.
And that was, we are woefully behind. And realizing that it may take us to do this, but over a 2 or 3 year period, maybe issues, we've got to come up with the money to do it in order to address them all. I think at this point, we just need to study what we've got in front of us. Let's try to have some conversation on the 7th about some of these specific things that have come before us. But think long-term. I think what Commissioner Gibson and maybe Commissioner Patter brought up, I think he's absolutely right. There are other needs, and it shouldn't just be those who get before us who get that benefit.
If I may just make a comment, is that just hearing April saying just one thing you can do today, and I would venture to say that she's got the lapsed salaries due to all of this turnover to do this, is to pay the overtime rather than giving the comp time.
Now, I think what we would like is perhaps April and you, or April and the manager, to come with that dollar figure when we come back on the 7th.
Okay,
I don't think we can do that without having to know the number.
right, but that's
Then we
a
just
short
give them
term
a
thing that
general.
we can do.
And
If you had a number today, I would,
No, I don't have a number today, but that's something we could bring, for the March
what
meeting.
other departments would have that same issue?
can't you run an ad hoc report? Tell us what that number
I
is.
can have the number in a couple hours.
That's what I was thinking.
Dr. Cole, what would you say?
I was gonna say, we have the same issues as April in the health department.
I don't know that, I have child welfare staff sitting on 150 hours of comp time.
Wow.
I mean, when I say comp time, I mean, it is,
Well, it ain't comp time if they can't take it. And.
Right.
I mean, that's a
Right.
joke.
right,
That's-
and so there's no incentive for being on
Did I forget a
roll.
comp
It's
time
part of the
already?
job.
And do we pay them the comp time as a time and a half, which is what we would have to pay them the money? So.
April, didn't we have permanent staff that only worked on call? What has happened to that?
Resign. And that's one that I've got open right now. I don't have any applicants.
Okay, because I know years ago you didn't have that.
We did, and that's another like in-house effort we made. Staff do on-call one weekend about every 16 weeks, which doesn't sound that bad, right? But you may work 40 hours that weekend, well, not 40. But then they do have to do a whole week every once in a while. So, but now that our on-call worker resigned, they're back to end the rotation weeks at a time.
I think we have to consider the fact that we are in a pandemic. And the stress level is so increased among everybody, every department, every job. And April's department, not discounting the others, but it's an extremely, I'm sure, stressful job because of the public they have to serve. Going to homes, adoption, children, I mean, so many things. So I can really, really understand her need to do something about it.
Let me
Well,
just say this. I was chairman of the Social Services Board. It was so stressful, I resigned.
You resigned from being a chair.
And I wouldn't get up here and say this about my economic side of the house, because I don't have a problem there. I don't have a problem with turnover. It's a normal turnover retention rate. They don't have the stress level. So I'm not gonna pretend all of social services is having a crisis. We're not. It's this area.
Well, can you get that number together?
Yep.
Of what it is today, and then also how much, and maybe Kevin or Susan, I don't know who would have the number, how much under you are on your projected salary, so if we're having to use that, and I'm just throwing numbers out there, if that number's 60,000 behind and the overtime owed is 70,000, then we really only gotta come up with 10,000 money. So just so we have a number, wouldn't you see? Just to see what that'll do, if we do that, can do that this afternoon after lunch or something. So if y'all want to, I'm assuming you want.
I want to be clear on what you're asking, Tim. If we were to go, once we start paying for overtime, we can't stop. I mean, that would be.
And I don't mean regular overtime. Like it's just, I've had bad cases this week and I've put in an extra 5 hours. I mean, when they are on call.
You're talking about only on call.
On call.
Oh, okay.
And if we get our on call position filled, I don't mean to pay that person
Right.
either, because
It's not
that's just
something
your
that you'll
job.
be constantly having to do.
Right,
Right.
it would be when the regular non-on-call staff are on call and they have extra hours during that week only.
It seems to me if you've got on-call hours that are adding up because you don't have enough staff to handle issues during the day and otherwise, that, and you've got lap salary created by those vacancies, that money ought to be used to pay those people.
Which is what I'm trying
Yeah,
to say.
yeah.
We need to know that number.
So you want an approximate lap salary number offset by,
And then
Last
how
6 months
much,
of
how
on-call
much you
time.
would be paying on the on-call time.
Yeah.
Because in a dream world, if everything evens out, you won't have any more lap salary.
right, and I don't need more positions.
That is a dream
The
one.
positions can handle the workload right
But it
now.
would eliminate
If you feel
the amount of money that's accumulated
Right,
from
right.
lap
Okay,
salary.
I think we have talked about this sufficiently. Let's let
No.
April give us that information. Let's say maybe back here sometime after lunch,
Okay.
and, let's move to.
So what I'm hearing,
Yeah.
what I'm hearing, is not nothing against your department. Crying wolf, it's time now for the health department cry wolf, parks and recreation cry wolf. So when we dealing with all this, we deal with it at one time.
Just all at once.
Because April crying wolf today, health department crying wolf March, parks and recreation crying wolf next month. So there's something you need to throw in, Kevin, bring it to the budget.
And actually, I think what you're looking at is something that we've already had conversations on. And it's not for would not be just DSS, but part of that on-call strategy or policy, where we go off and say, okay, when you are on call, we're going to pay you a set amount, for a 12-hour, 24-hour period. And then you go off and you are actually called out, then you would actually get paid for those hours worked. You'll get a 12-hour stipend, but we're getting there. Part of that is also going to be, and I asked Beth to go start getting some data, but part of that is also going to be, we can do that a lot easier when we get on the new financial software. What can our current financial software handle in payroll as far as doing those paid flexible hours versus setting up?
But all that money change that we're talking about so far is in this study with the exception of health department at DSS, right? Did I understand you right?
What's in this one for DSS and health is all their administrative jobs.
So part
Which
of
is just a handful of
Yeah,
positions.
okay.
No, but I think your recommendation was that we begin paying monetarily for those on-call hours. Was that not part of your recommendation for this?
You talking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So what I was talking about is a way of compensating people, first of all, just to be on call. Because, if you've got to be where you can respond a fourth of your life or a sixth of your life, that's a major imposition. So paying them for being on call is actually the first step I was recommending. And then the step, and having something consistent across departments. And then the second step is that once, a lot of counties or municipalities too, will put a cap on comp time. Once you get over 50 hours, everything goes to pay. Because comp time is a liability writing on your books. And there have been cases where when people can't take time off, you've got vacation accruing, you've got comp time accruing. There's a financial incentive to go somewhere and cash out.
Right.
So you really do need to look at that.
And I think from Commissioner McBatter, what that sounds like to me is if we do that for everybody, for any department that is accruing that kind of on-call hours, they would all be compensated. I think we've talked about this.
One last comment, Mr. Chairman. And I promise I'm just gonna say this. What Commissioner McBatter is saying, I really do want us to take to heart. Because one of the best things we could have ever done as a board was recognizing the heroes. But the number of people, as I've shared before, who have felt slighted because we thought we were doing good in one area makes me concerned just about, before we move forward in one area, making sure we look at the whole puzzle. And I'm done.
Let's take no more than 10 minutes.
I have specials for lunch. And I'll go ahead and during this break, I'll get your lunch order.
Okay.
It's a crispy chicken bacon ranch sandwich on hoagie with lettuce and tomato, and the soup for today is broccoli cheddar.
You already got mine.
I already got yours.
Give you mine.
Okay, commissioners, and anybody else who's presenting, let's be back in here no more than 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
That's no problem, so.
It ain't all money.
Excel spreadsheets are not inserted in the form. I can send you the Word and the document every different job description is a separate.
Yes.
We'll have to have what we need action on.
How's it going, man?
Hey, man, I'm gonna lighten them. I come up here. Y'all don't even have to worry about it. Sit back and relax.
Great assignment. Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure you don't want to stick around?
No, I got meeting with the family.
Okay.
At one.
Have you slowed down the hitting at all?
Yep. I'll tell you that now. I had a chance to have a weekend. I had a weekend free.
And you
I am glad.
This time.
I really don't have.
Okay, that's
That's
good.
mine.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we come to, he didn't stop, but 2 weeks ago, I had 6 cases, all 6 of them were COVID. All 6 of them.
I know the last time we talked, man, you went from, I'm almost nobody said you had 3 in one day.
When they get it, they're calling, we need 3.
Yeah.
I told Lisa, I said, I didn't say a word. But, they gave me the basket,
Jason.
birthday party.
Yep.
Surprise
Sir, I
birthday
appreciate
party. And, I told her, I said, we'll go. Because, we don't get, my family come in and say, well, we want to have a visitation. They'll talk about $5.
I'll remind everybody, don't
But I got one by the family, I told them to leave today at 1 o'clock. But they already said they get a friend on Wednesday, so I said, that's fine. I'm hoping that we still get another break. I work all calls this weekend. Back mechanic work, I'll tell you, mechanic work, these balance cars.
Thank you.
Yeah, but
We might go.
you enjoy that.
We're probably gonna be right through there.
And we get it. We're a fast speed.
We'll. We train them.
You had the last time somebody said something to me about you, you had about 5 bodies come in one day.
But all the
I
others.
had 4 come in one day, I would tell them, everybody was saying, well, we get a break, we get a break. I said, man, y'all get a break, but I got to make arrangements. Well, Lisa and my brother, one of them will take the board in March.
We have an office.
So,
You kick them out.
hopefully
They
they
steal it. They stuff.
my area gonna be more involved.
Police
I was gonna say, I was talking to somebody, and we can, I said, well, I know there's a lot of involved in complications.
On the
I tell you,
weekend.
this weekend I had a break. I went to Wadesboro Friday. I got Wadesboro right, and going to Charlotte. He got, he's an elderly guy, about in his late 80s, and health issue. So I did a couple bottles for him. So what now? I just told him, I said, man, you need to get some, I guess, they're coming down, going away.
You got to.
I get there, okay, then get back home. They felt I hate bottles, I got a call. I said, I get it in the morning. All right, so I told him next time, you gotta get somebody else, it's too much on me. He said, I hadn't gotta bring it to you.
He's stressed.
To bring it to me.
How long does it take?
Direct.
I wanna say about 30, 45 minutes. But see, my brother said, bro, I see you by somebody in 15 minutes, somebody 30, 45 minutes. I said, well, you gotta understand, the body gives you signs, so when you get the feel, the spiritual. I wanna make sure I got it to the toe. But when I start seeing it, I don't see anything happening there, I got a problem somewhere. Must be a blockage right here, coming down the aorta. Blockage.
He saved us $6 million over the years.
Yeah, that's got to stop for.
Yeah.
I got something like
Come back.
solid,
Yeah.
loosen up blood,
You can.
you know.
Yeah.
So once they get
We've
body
been
start
suffering.
reacting, then they break the clot loose, then you start getting
So,
distribution.
you get the what?
Cause you're gonna get warm out of
Okay.
Well, I would think that
If they could do that now.
I have no idea. I
We
mean,
can
it
do
takes
that
number of
now.
minutes, but it won't take that time to do it. It takes
Yeah,
3 times that long.
Well,
They
he's doing
You
autopsy.
do it, you see it.
Autopsy case. It's about it.
Oh, yeah.
So you got each step separate. Everything is separate. Because what we do now, everything is, so everything now, if you go in a normal body, you go right here, I go right here. We got, bifurcate out. They put all over that.
It is hard to compete.
Separate. Sometimes, but you don't know, it's just a gift.
That's happening.
Sometimes I think. I want to live a normal life. I understand on the beach today, man. Retired. I was retired. I'm away from this. But I'm telling myself, 16-year-old girl. I can't retire.
You can't retire yet.
My brother, he's a whole lot, you know, but that ain't his niche. You know, he's calling, and he don't see it like I see it. I'm trying to get him. Work for yourself. You got to maintain dedication. Folks see that dedication to work.
Okay, all right.
So when it comes personal to mama, wife, you want to say, well, look, who I trust.
Because I tell you, last time you met her, we already started going on last vacation. We're going to Mars.
Keep up the good work.
All right, sir. I asked the health director.
Oh, I'm third
I
grade.
said, but the last time you did was we already booked back on our last vacation.
That don't make no sense, does it?
Pretty rough.
My oldest daughter in DC. Ladies like a 7-month-old, so that's why. But 12, 11, 6.
That's like next week.
6 or 7. They hard to pop up. I guess get used to that. You know.
They can say that.
And I said, thank you.
But they won't know. But my oldest grandson, he told me, his mama said, call Randy, call Papa. It's about money.
I did the registration online, I never got a confirmation.
Game. So I say, look, can you send Papa and Grady?
I just expected.
Oh.
Yeah, you took
Good for you, Papa.
If not, I'm gonna show up. All they gonna tell me to leave.
Yeah.
You text me.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. I went in and I Papa.
That was a good move.
Well, I just said, it's starting to get hot.
Can we open that door for a while? It's just right there in here. It is, I just think circulation is good air.
Yeah, I agree. It's warm in there.
Yeah, I love the spring weather we have.
It's supposed to be 80 degrees.
80?
And my daughter involved with it.
When the city has rain, though.
Don't have to go through it.
So I needed to get me back.
They want to have a turnover.
Yeah.
This, Craig. So, originally the ball was up there in Washington, on Sugar Hill.
So what are you doing, third, Tuesday?
They doing Thursday in Chapter.
Because he's supposed to work.
Kevin, are we good to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, I know Mr. Alford stepped out for a minute, but I'm go ahead and get us back on track. I think now we're ready to move to item number 4, department heads. And Ms. Neat, we're gonna let you continue.
Okay, so, this will be brief. Well, you didn't know the name was SWAP at the time. The program you approved with American Rescue Funds for wellness, for citizens of Scotland County. And we set the program up, if you recall, we will help with audiological care, optometry care, dental care, and prescriptions. So that program has started.
Well, it will be in about an hour, so.
That program has started, and we've already had some applicants come through. Right now, we have MOA set up with 2 pharmacies in the area and are waiting any day from a dentist in the area. We've had to go out of the area for the purposes of optometry because all the optometrists in our area are corporations. So their office might be in Georgia. So we're trying to get with those people and see if they'd be agreeable. So the reason I came to you today is you approved for my discretion up to $750 a person for this program. What we run into is if somebody needs hearing aids, that will not touch a set of hearing aids, which can run between $3,000-$4,000 or less, or maybe a little more. So I thought in order, and we've called audiologists and they said, well, the exam's free. So, no point in us doing that. But if they need devices, that $750 isn't going to get it. So I came to see if you wanted to approve me approving those applicants who need that service. So we could also help them with that.
I mean, give you the discretion.
The discretion, yes.
Stay with the 7.
To say, I will approve up to X amount for you to get a pair of hearing aids.
But only on hearing aids, no other service.
Well, that would be up to you all. Right now, we can go up to $750 on any of the services.
Per
And
year
that-
or per
person,
person?
and that can start over each fiscal year. So in theory, from now until June 30th, somebody could get $750 worth of wellness and then turn around and start over July 1st.
Did we allocate a specific number of dollars for you for the fiscal year?
You allocated $400,000, and I assume that's gonna roll from year to year.
For how long? How
For
many
the
years?
program.
At least through 2024.
Okay.
How do you know how much of that money you've spent so far?
None. We've had 4 applicants, which mean they come into our office and they say, I need X. And we say, okay, my staff can approve up to $500. And we say, you're approved, and here's a list of providers you can take your prescription to. And we hand them a letter saying they're approved. They go get their medication, and the pharmacy sends us the invoice for it, and then we will pay the pharmacy. And so it hasn't made a full cycle yet of them going and us paying the invoice.
So it started, but it hadn't got to paying time.
Right, we've had about 4 applicants.
So even if those 4 did it, you're at $3,000.
Right.
So you want a discretionary approval for audiology devices in your discretion up to 4,000?
I think that would work.
Is that, so that's my motion.
I second.
Any questions?
I think that's fine.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed, say no. Guys have it.
Thank you.
Emergency medical services, Robert Sams.
Okay, and we just check.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Chair, as well as the commissioners for allowing me to come before you this morning. Back last year, I did a proposal before this board, proposing to put an ambulance on the north part of the county to add a 4th unit to our fleet during the peak time hours. Those peak time hours being 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And the purpose of that proposal was to give us an additional ambulance to start the process of trying to handle the call volume, as well as putting an ambulance on the north end of the county to reduce our response time to the north end of the county. I was asked by you, Mr. Chair, if I would come back before you with some updated information after about 6 months of this project being in place. So I want to take a few minutes this morning to talk to this board, to kind of give you an update on the progression that we have made since putting this ambulance in Wagram. I want to talk briefly with you on where we are as a service as far as providing the service to the county as a whole, to talk to you and to show you the increase in our call volume. And then finally, I will give you a proposal on what I think we're going to need to be able to make this 4th ambulance very successful moving forward, more so than what we're doing now, which will make us more proficient as a service and allow us to be able to continue to provide excellent care to our citizens and to establish us for the next several years. So I would like to start with just kind of giving you a brief rundown on the current impacts that having that 4th truck up in the north part of the county in the Wagram area has had. So since October 1, we are having an ambulance up there from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. We are currently staffing that with 100% part-time employees. There are times that we don't have 100%, or we don't have two part-time employees that are scheduled for that day. But if we have one, then we're currently sending a quick response vehicle up there with a paramedic with all the equipment needed to begin rendering care until an ambulance, one of the 3 ambulances can respond. So since October the 1st, I can tell you that our response time has decreased by 84%, and that is strictly responding to calls in the northern part of the county. That is huge, considering what we were, the time frame that we had that we were responding to calls up there. Our average response time is down to 6 minutes during the peak time hours, and I want to make sure I'm clear about that. That's from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Our average response time has decreased to 6 minutes. We are decreasing some wear and tear on the ambulance during that peak time hours because we're able to have that ambulance up there and we're not having to respond 100% from our main base here in Laurinburg to the northern part of the county. Fuel consumption has been decreased for the same purpose as the fact that we've already got the ambulance staged up there. So it decreases the amount of miles that we're having to respond to during that peak time hour. We have seen a reduction in employee fatigue and workload has become more manageable because we do have that fourth ambulance during our peak time hours to help with the increase in call volume that we continue to see. And two, it just provides us with that additional resource to help with the increase in call volume. And we've noticed a slight decrease in requesting for mutual aid from our other partners, and that would be Braveheart, our convalescent service, as well as Cape Fear Valley, who has an ambulance stationed here in the county to provide service to the hospital. So I want to take just a minute, if you will, and kind of give you some great information on how, when we started this in October, the immediate impact that we had. And we can go ahead and move to the next slide, please. On our first call in Wagram on October the 1st, about 2 hours after that ambulance was up there, that we were dispatched to a call in the northern part of the county for a patient having a stroke. Because that ambulance was stationed at the rec center, we cut the response time in half for this patient, which was huge considering the acuity of this patient. So from the location of where the ambulance is stationed, which is at the rec center there in Wagram, that ambulance only had to travel 5.7 miles to get to the patient. Well, response time, give or take, was about 6 to 7 minutes. That is huge in comparison to if we would not have had that ambulance there. That same call, if we'd have had to respond from the main base in Laurinburg, we would have had to have traveled 16 miles, which would have put our response time around 19 to 20 minutes because of the location. The location of this call was on North Turnpike Road, and we were very close to the Hope County line, which is a pretty good ways out there. So that was just right out the gate. That was 2 hours on October the 1st after our ambulance was put into place there. Next slide, please. On day 2, we were dispatched to a cardiac arrest in Wagram on McKay Street. And just to educate those that may not be familiar with the terminology of cardiac arrest, is someone who has gone unresponsive and is no longer breathing and no longer has a pulse. On day 2, our ambulance was stationed in Wagram, and the call was on McKay Street, and we had a 2-minute response time. And as a result of that, our medics were able to regain a pulse on the patient prior to arriving to the hospital. That is so significant because prior to that, the chances of survival would not have been good. And when I presented this data to you guys, to this board last year, if you recall, I gave you some statistics that according to the American Heart Association, for every minute that someone is not breathing and has a pulse, the chances of survival decreases by 10%. We had a 2-minute response time. This patient had a pulse when we arrived at the hospital. And that is 100% due to the quick response that we had for this patient. Page 3, we can move to the next slide, please. So I want to take just a minute to tell you where we are today as it relates to providing coverage to the north end of the county. As proposed last year and this board approved, we are providing coverage to the north end of the county 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And as you recall, that number was brought into play because we determined that was our peak time hours as far as the highest call volume for the entire county. The ambulance arrives in Wagram at the rec center by around 10:30. This is giving the medics time to get to the base, get clocked in, to do a quick rundown, a checklist on the ambulance to make sure that they have all the equipment that they need. They are stationed there to roughly around 9:30, 9:40, at which time then they leave Wagram to head back to the main base so that they, by 10 o'clock, they are there turning in their medications back to the supervisor, turning the keys back in to the supervisor, before they leave for the end of the shift. And as I mentioned, that when there's times that we don't have two part-timers to be able to fulfill this truck, if we only have one, then we put them into the main base into regular rotation. We are sending our lieutenant up there to provide coverage in a quick response vehicle, which is equipped with all the equipment they need to be able to begin providing care until an ambulance from our main base can respond to get to them to transport the patient to the hospital. Next slide, please. Currently, this data is from October the 1st until February the 14th, and this is whenever I was preparing the slides for everyone. In the northern part of the county alone, from October 1st to February the 14th, we have ran 222 calls. And to put that in perspective, out of those 222 calls, we're able to respond to these calls from our 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. time frame, which is our peak time hours, 61% of the time. But we still have about 39% of the time that we're having calls in the northern part of the county that is outside of our peak time hours. So those are hours before 10 a.m. and hours after 10 a.m. After 10 p.m. So we're still missing an opportunity here to reduce our response time to the northern part of the county 39% of the time. And this is roughly a 4-month time frame. So that's pretty significant that we're running 222 calls just in the northern part of the county. Next slide, please.
Robert, can you define what you're calling the northern part of the county? What line are you using? Or is it a road?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Commissioner Ivey, we have divided the northern part of the county into the 2 fire districts. That would be the Wagram Fire District, or the North Scotland Fire District, and the Spring Hill Fire District, which is the fire department up on 501 North in Marston.
Okay, I got time.
We're taking those 2 fire districts now. On the Spring Hill, the fire department that's up on 501. It's only covering, that ambulance is only covering a portion of that district, because our response time will begin extending too long for the ambulance to leave Wagram to cut all the way across to the Marston area, on the west side of the county.
Right.
Our ambulances at the main base have a quicker response to go up to Laurel Hill and up Marston Road to cover that area. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, I was
Commissioner
just
Ivey.
curious as to what you were calling.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what I wanted to do is just kind of break this down for you and kind of show you where we are, where we were, and where we are today. So when we broke this down, we went back to 2015 to 2021, and just ran the numbers on the total calls that we have ran on the north part of the county, which again consists of those two fire districts. And as you can see, from 2015 to 2021, we have done a gradual increase, with the exception of 2018. We had a slight dip in that year, but then we significantly just increased right back up. So the data shows that our call volume up there has increased over the last 6 years and is projected to continue to increase. Next slide, please. Now I want to compare this with the call volume county-wide. And this is going to be just as significant. In 2015, our call volume was just a shade under 5,000 calls. If you recall in 2018, we crashed the 6,000 call volume mark. That was the year that we requested that we needed to add on a third ambulance because we were no longer able to handle the increasing call volume with just 2 ambulances. Since then, that third ambulance has made a tremendous difference, but as you can see, our call volume has just continued to increase. Again, 6,000 calls, we needed a third truck because we couldn't handle the call volume. And then if you look at 2021, we ran a little over 7,000 calls. We have never ran that many calls in the history of Scotland County EMS. So the 4th truck really helped. It truly did, but we still have some work that we need to do so that we can continue to provide the best efficient care to our citizens as possible. Next slide, please. So when we look at where we are right now in 2022, from January the 1st to February the 11th, we have ran countywide 898 calls. And in the Wagram area alone, we have ran 71 calls. There again, that's that northern part of the county up there. We have ran 71 calls. That's a total of 969 calls. We average, and I don't have them on the slides, but I can share with you just more data, that we're averaging a little over 500 calls a month, 500 to 520 calls a month on average. If you take the 969 calls that we have ran as of February the 11th, we will meet or exceed that for the first 2 months. And based off that projection, we are on track. And I know we're only 2 months into it, but if this continues, we're on track. We're on track to meet the 7,223 calls that we ran in 2021 or exceed it. Next slide, please. At the time I was continuing to still have extended wait times at the emergency department. And as you know, Mr. Woods, the CEO, has come before this board numerous times to talk about the increase in patient volume that the hospital was. They're not able to handle that volume, or has become a holding area for admission. Well, that impact trickles down. So we continue, when we are transporting our patients to the hospital, we're continuing to see extended wait times on bed availability in the ER so that we can transfer our patient over to them. We still at times are still having to wait 30 to 45 minutes for an open bed. And we have had some times to we had a wait time of at least 1 hour. So, you know, that data that Mr. Woods was providing to you, we were feeling that. You know, directly. So we've had to think outside the box of things that we could do to try to offset that so that we could free our ambulances and get them available. Next slide, please. So in 2021, we were requested a total of 36 times to respond outside the county. And so that everyone has an understanding of that, in the state of North Carolina, all counties have mutual aid agreements with our contiguous counties. So we do have a mutual aid agreement with Robeson County, Hope County, and Richmond County that, you know, if they get into a bind and they're, you know, don't have enough resources to respond to the calls, that they can call around to see if there's outside counties who may have a resource available to come in and respond. And so on 36 occasions, we were requested by other counties to try to help pick up their loads. Now that this doesn't say that we responded all 36 times, because we have policies in place that if we don't have resources available to handle our call volume, then we don't send our resources outside the county. And those policies apply to these other counties as well. Next slide, please.
Hey,
So
Kevin,
to look at, yes,
Robert,
yes.
on the mutual aid requested, how is that we paid? If we respond to over Richmond County or Hope County, Robertson County, do y'all bill them the same like you bill the citizens?
Yes, sir. So if we do respond outside of our county to respond to another county, if we transport that patient to the hospital, then as the transporting agency, we can and do bill for that trip, just like if it was one of our citizens. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Commissioner McFadden, that also applies in the opposite direction. If we request for an outside agency to come in to help us because we can't handle our call volume, if they transport the patient, then they bill that patient for that call.
So they bill the patient, not the agency.
That is correct. Yes, they're billing the patient. By CMS standards, that's the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services. Even though if it's a citizen of Scotland County, if we are not the transporting agency by law, we cannot bill that patient. Only the agency who transports has the authority to bill, and then you bill the patient directly. So no bill comes to us if we're requesting outside resources.
Robert, you said that Scotland County had been requested 36 times. How many times did Scotland County request from our surrounding counties?
So if you look at the slide before you, Chairman Gibson, mutual aid requested so far this year, our number is 12.
Is that,
and that is as of January the 1st.
Well, but now you're also considering that ambulance at the hospital and Braveheart in that mutual aid, right? Not just other counties.
That yes, sir. That is correct. This number includes if we're tied up, we're requesting Braveheart to help us. We're requesting Cape Fear Valley Hospital. Cape Fear Valley Ground Unit to help us. And then if both of those units are tied up and not available themselves, then we will start reaching out to outside agencies outside the county.
But of those 12, do you know if that's any outside of the county?
Yes, some of those are. Yes, sir. That is correct. And how we determine that is geographically where the call is located. So for an example, if we were to have a call, let's just say hypothetically, our ambulance that's covering the peak time hours in Wagram is on a call, and our other 3 ambulances are tied up on calls, and we have a second call in the northern part of the county, and Braveheart and Cape Fear are also tied up, then we would reach out to Hope County to see if they have an ambulance available that could dip just inside our county and handle that call. The same scenario is on the eastern side of the county. We would then reach out to Robertson County. Eastern side of the county, we would reach out to Richmond County. We won't reach out to Richmond County to respond to a call at the Laurinburg-Maxton Air Base. That's not feasible. That's not good working relations with your neighboring counties. We then requested ourselves from Hope County to respond to a call on the northern part of Rayford. Unfortunately, we had to decline that because when we looked at it, we're looking at a response time of 35, 40 minutes just to get to the call. And that's just taking our resources out of service for too long. So there are times, that we may have to decline an offer just the same, just like them. They may have to decline an offer for us as well. So next slide, please. A little bit about where we are, about what my proposal is to you today, so that we can continue to grow, so that we can continue to provide the best care to our citizens in the entire county as well as in the northern part of the county. So, right now, we are stationed at the Wagram Rec Center. We have our own space there. We have a spare room that they were not utilizing as much. They were able to give that room to us. So our medics are there. We have put equipment there for them to have. And it staged and it puts us as centrally located in the northern part of the county as possible, so that we can go in either direction, east, west, or south, to respond to a call within those districts. We don't need any other infrastructure. We are where we need to be from an infrastructure standpoint. We have our designated parking area for the ambulance. We have our sure lines that are in place so that we can keep our ambulances plugged in to keep our medications warm in the winter, cool in the summer, so that our medications don't go bad. That ambulance going to a 24-hour coverage can provide backup response to the central base ambulances. And just so that you know, right now, with it being 10 to 10, when all three ambulances are tied up, we use what we call a tier response system. I'm sorry, status management. So that ambulance that's in Wagram will shift down. And we have the halfway point located there at 41 North and McIntosh Road. That's where the old breeding store used to be, for those of you who are familiar with that. So when all three ambulances at the main base are tied up on calls, we take that ambulance in Wagram, and by status management, we shift it. It's still in service, we just shift the location so that it kind of gets it as centrally located as possible from Wagram to Laurinburg. The reason why we do this is so if we have a fourth call that comes in that's in Gibson, then we don't have a 25-30-minute response time from Wagram all the way to Gibson. But yet, if a call is in Wagram, then we're still, 8 minutes, we can be, or less, we can be right back in Wagram to cover a call. So that is what we do. That's called status management. And we would continue to do that with turning this ambulance into a 24-hour coverage ambulance. We would continue to do that. And by also turning this into a 24-hour ambulance, it's going to save lives. It's going to save lives by decreasing response times to the northern part of the county. I have already demonstrated that to you today, that having that ambulance up there has been so beneficial and the impacts have been so positive. And I personally have gotten great feedback from residents up there on how excited they are that there is an ambulance up there. So next slide, please.
Associated with that? What's the cost associated with being there?
You talking about the being Wagram, Commissioner McFadden?
Yeah, I mean, I know Wagram, charging you for that electricity or space. They're not charging anything.
No, we're already paying the utilities there.
Oh, okay then.
It's basically accountability.
Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner McFadden, the reason why we chose the Wagram Rec Center is because that's the county-owned building.
Okay.
We felt that was the right thing to do.
Okay.
And they have
to choose that location specifically.
And you got your metal building installed already.
Yes, yes.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and we also have the power going to that metal building, so we're able to plug our ambulances charged and any other equipment that needs to stay charged.
But is that running off the rec center power bill, or is that a separate power bill? I mean, I just would think we would allocate a little bit back to the rec center so it doesn't. I mean, I can't imagine it's that much.
It's not gonna be, it's probably not a noticeable amount.
Okay, I don't know how much they use on it.
Mrs. Sanford, we sleep better at night in Wagram knowing that you have provided that service to us.
Well, Commissioner Galston, I appreciate that. And, like I said, my job as the public safety director is to ensure that all of our citizens, that we're able to provide the best care possible to all of our citizens. And I feel passionate about that, and I feel that that is my duty as your public safety director.
Thank you.
I think what
There
Robert's
is
saying,
still,
Betty, I think what Robert's saying is you're gonna sleep a lot better at night if that ambulance is there 24 hours a
You
day.
got that right.
absolutely.
And I live by myself too, right?
Well, let's go to the next part, which is, what's that gonna cost?
I think that's what Commissioner
All right,
McFadden was
yeah.
trying to get at. Go ahead, Robert.
Well, I can answer. I'm fixing to answer that question for you, sir. So my proposal to you today is to take this peak time truck that we're currently running from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and to turn this into a 24-hour staffed unit, just like my other 3 ambulances. That will give us 4 24-hour ambulance coverage for Scotland County, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That will, I feel, is going to give us the resources that we need to be able to handle a growing increase in calls. I don't see it, if it dips down, I don't see it dipping down much. I mean, Scotland County is a growing in age population. So I don't see our call volume decreasing much at all, if any. So by turning this peak time truck into a 24-hour truck, I'm requesting that I increase those 6 positions that we're filling with part-time staff, that we take 3 of those and turn them into full-time positions. And here's why. Currently, we're staffing 100%, which is what my proposal was back at last year, because I had to have a starting point. I had to have, since this was new to all of us, I had to have a starting point and start somewhere, and then that way I would know where I need to build. We have ran into problems to where I have part-timers, several part-timers who work full-time jobs elsewhere that can't work the 10 to 10 because their full-time employer requires them to have 12 hours of downtime where they're not allowed to work anywhere before the beginning of their shift. So they're not able to work the full, 12-hour shift 10 to 10 o'clock. And it's difficult to find someone to come in to just cover for 3 or 4 hours. There have been times to where we have 2 part-timers on the schedule, and one of them's calling out because they're having to stay over at their full-time job and they weren't able to get off. So now we're down a medic. So when that happens, I can't put an ambulance up there. I am able to put a quick response vehicle up there, but all I'm doing is rendering care. We're not able to get these patients to the hospital any quicker. So by turning 3 of those positions into full-time positions, now I'm only required to have to fill 3 slots with part-time employees, which makes that much, much more manageable. Chairman Gibson, when I did my proposal, one of the questions you asked was, am I going to need additional ambulances? And my reply to you at that time is I don't know. I want to try to see what we can do to handle it with what we've got. Again, it was a starting point somewhere for me to start. Since then, I've been able to see that having an additional ambulance in our fleet is going to give us much more flexibility as far as having those additional ambulances and not be able to, and keep my ambulances in a rotation to where they're not having to be driven every single day. We've had a period here for about a month now, but actually about 2 months, to where we've had 2 of our 3 ambulances in the shop due to some issues that wasn't related to anything of our doing, that had to be fixed, that was going to be covered under warranty work. And then, of course, we've had the ambulance that got in a wreck that was totaled. So that's put us down 3 ambulances. So I haven't had any spares. And that has posed many challenges. So my request would be, if we're able to get one more additional ambulance into our fleet, then it's going to allow us to be able to rotate our ambulances out more efficiently, so that we can reduce the wear and tear even more. And we're not having to drive these ambulances consecutively 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 days at a time, up to a week or two at a time. As far as staffing, I did work with Susan. Susan and I worked together, and what we've come up with to take 3 positions and make them full-time positions, we're looking at a cost of $220,712 for those 3 FTEs, and that includes salary and fringe. So that would be a total out the door cost.
Is that in addition to the current, or is that?
The conversion of,
Yeah.
that's what I want to know.
That's new positions.
They would keep,
Yeah, that would be 3 new positions.
they would keep part-time and add 3 full-time.
Yes.
Okay, so it is.
And what was that
And
cost?
what's the ambulance cost?
$100,000.
Right now, I'm actually waiting on Northwestern to give me some figures on that, but to give you into a good ballpark figure with the cost of a new ambulance at this point in time, a new ambulance is going to run around $140,000. Now, what we have done in the past, and it has been very successful, and we've been able to save the county a tremendous amount of money, is if we can find a good ambulance that the box is in good shape, that's only 4, 5, 6 years old, then we can take that box and completely redo it to meet our specifications and remount that box on a chassis and save the county roughly $50,000 by doing that. And we have done that with all of our ambulances, for the exception of 2, and we've had good success with doing that. So I would let you know that I would do everything in my power to try to find another ambulance that's got a good box on it, like we've done in the past, and then just have that box remounted on a new chassis.
I wish they sold us that red one back. If we could have got that.
And what we're doing is we're just remounting. Yes, sir. It's called remounting. And the boxes are in good shape. The box doesn't go bad. It's your chassis that go bad.
Right.
The
So you're
boxes
talking
are
about
very well built.
an initial cost of $360,000 first year, with an ongoing of about $220,000.
Those would be good rough numbers. Yes, sir.
And we talked about remounting the box from the wrecked one, but since the box is not considered inland, it's a part of the
They
title.
probably want it all.
Yeah.
But they're gonna sell it.
Yeah, but the company that does the remounts
Yeah.
would not remount it because it was a salvage title.
So how much do we get for the wreck, insurance wise?
60,000, and we're looking to purchase a used vehicle to replace the one we have.
Used vehicle replacement?
A used ambulance is about the same age.
Same, okay. Will ARP money help us with the ambulance?
Yes.
What?
I said, we lining that money up.
You sure are?
I would say.
Go ahead, Robert. Say that again, please.
I will say that. I'm sorry. I was going to say. I will say that yes. As Kevin alluded to, we are in the process of replacing the wrecked ambulance with a used ambulance that was very similar to the one that got wrecked. But my proposal to you, I feel, is going to be a great investment to our county because, when I look 10 years down the road, 10, 15 years down the road, I think we're going to be in a good position with our call volume increasing to where this is going to be manageable. We're going to be able to handle this 10 years down the road. And I don't foresee any changes.
Would you break down that
Yes, ma'am.
$220,000, because I thought that included the cost of the ambulance. Would you break that down a little bit?
No, yes, ma'am. The figure I give you of the $220,712, that would be the salary and fringe for 3 more full-time positions. That basically, when I work with Susan, this is what it's going to cost to add 3 full-time positions to my current staff.
Okay, thank you.
Robert, that's not upgrading 3 of the part-time to full-times. That's just adding 3 new full-times.
Correct.
That is correct. That is adding 3 full-time positions. And then we would just have, we have 3 part-time positions for that 24 hours, that 4th truck. And it just makes it much, much more manageable that I can keep that 4th truck 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and still try to keep in consideration the cost to try to keep it down as much as possible.
Now, also, one of the things, Robert, and Roland before, now we're already talking about was ambulance rotation. It was already either in our plan to either this coming budget or if not this year, next year, we were going to need to replace an ambulance anyway. And the goal is to go off and make sure that all of our ambulances are not more than 10 years old.
Correct.
I can't imagine one will last that long anyway.
I can't even. Sure, if it lasts 10 days, 10 months.
What you're saying, 140 is for estimate of a new,
Yes,
ready to go.
correct.
But you talking about a used chassis frame, then add the box to it.
Right. If we have a box, like we've remounted an ambulance that we had,
Right.
we took the box off, put bought a new chassis. We were able to do that from 90 to 110
Okay.
versus a brand new one of 150.
Okay.
Now, also right now, just because of auto manufacturers, you're talking about probably a year to 18 months to order a new ambulance.
Yep.
My goodness, that long?
Yeah, they're moving away from commercial vehicles right now to passenger vehicles.
So
Right now,
looking for ambulance to use in this, what you're talking about, and use the box to put in. Have you already started looking for one?
Yeah, part of that was ambulance. Robert was searching for that same thing to replace the one that was totaled already. So that's somehow he's aware of this shortage.
And I think I think we've got, that part of the county is growing. And I think your call volume is going to continue to increase up there. Robert, one last question. What's the time frame for getting a new ambulance delivered?
About 2 years.
If and when we're able to place the order on a new ambulance to add to our fleet, it typically takes 3 to 4 months for the build to take place once the order is placed. As Kevin alluded to, some of the issues that we're running into is the major manufacturers, and that's Ford, Chrysler, Chevrolet, GMC. They have reduced and pretty much put a halt on fleet vehicles, which is what our ambulances, the category that our ambulances fall under. And the major reason for that is the whole chip issue, and I'm sure everyone has heard about that. So their focus at this point is what I'm being told is commercial. So until the chip issue is resolved, and they can start putting them in chassis, getting a new chassis is going to be very difficult. And it's to no fault of the company who makes my ambulances. It's the fault of these major manufacturers not being able to get the chips. It's my understanding chassis are there. There's an abundance of chassis. There's no shortage in chassis. The issue, there's a shortage in chips that go into chassis to make them run. So that's kind of what we're being dealt with. And to give you a timeline on when that's going to be resolved, I don't have that answer.
Okay, Robert, thank you for your presentation. We are obviously hearing a lot of requests today. We are going to need to look at how we are currently have obligated rescue fund monies, and we will put a lot of these items on the agenda for our March 7th meeting.
Well, actually, some of this is kind of an introduction.
These are already on the agenda.
I'm going to be taking these and working some of these into my recommendation in the budget. So I'm not specific, they would love for you to say yes, but I'm not asking you to do anything but other than be aware of these issues right now.
But they are going to be.
Yes.
We're not going to have a vote on this one today, I don't think. No. Okay. Robert, thank you for all you do.
Hey, Robert, while I got you here, I'm gonna speak on behalf of the funeral homes. Appreciate the ambulance staying on call until a representative funeral home get there. 'Cause I know sometimes it takes us 45 an hour to actually get there because we're not like you all. We're at home. We get a death call at 2 o'clock in the morning. We got to get dressed. We got to go get the vehicle. Then we got to go to the site. And y'all guys wait, have a tendency to wait, you know, and I'm gonna speak. I don't know if you've been appreciative about it or not, but I appreciate what y'all do, especially for the citizens of Scotland County on their behalf.
Thank you so much, Commissioner McFadder. We're trying and doing a lot of great things for our citizens. I'm very excited on where we are. I'm even more excited on where we're headed. And, you know, we're going to do everything in our power to provide the best care for all of our citizens in Scotland County. And thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity today.
Okay, thanks, sir. Next on the agenda, Samantha Dutch, Emergency Communications.
So, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Samantha Dutch with the 911 Center, Emergency Communications. I have handed out a sheet or a packet with the slides in it for you so that you can follow along. In the agenda packet that you were sent is all the research that goes along with this.
But you're not going, you go by this.
Yes, I'm only going by the presentation. I'm not going through all those pages of research. That was just for you to have. So that you can see I wasn't just plugging in numbers. All right, so first, I'm going to talk about our current staffing. So currently, right now, each shift has a designated supervisor and 2 telecommunicators. Then we also have a floating telecommunicator position. Originally, it was established for 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. to cover peak times. However, what we have seen is that some of our more severe calls are happening later and later in the evening. So just a few months ago, we switched it from 12 p to 12 a. Each employee is assigned to monitor a specific radio channel during their shift. So, and that rotates. So one day you may come in and work the police radio. One day you may come in and work the sheriff's radio. And then we have EMS and fire. And then all supervisors and telecommunicators are responsible for answering phones and answering radios. So some of the current issues that we're having is what we call skeleton staffing. Our minimum staffing is 3. That's the least amount that we will operate with. And if someone is out sick or needs to take vacation time, we have to fill that position. Which is why we call it skeleton staffing. We can't just say, okay, this person's not going to be here today. We'll continue operating. We've been unable to keep the floater position filled as a full-time position. A lot of what I'm getting as far as feedback for that is because of the hours. A lot of people don't want to work those middleman hours. And then also that position was responsible for if somebody needed to take vacation or sick leave from day shift, then they would be pulled to day shift, or they might be pulled to night shift at a moment's notice. And that is really affecting personal lives and being able to plan things. We've also seen an increase in duties. One of the things that you may have heard about most recently is Crime Stoppers. While we're not receiving a lot of Crime Stoppers calls, those are things that we're having to monitor. And I may be speaking forward, but there is also going to be an electronic app that's going to be used coming up. And that's going to allow people to send us more information. So we're looking for that amount of call volume to increase. We've also seen an increase in the 3SI tracking tool. It's a tool that we have for banks who have purchased like die packs and things like that. If a bank were to get robbed, then we have a program that automatically alerts us. And those are things that we're having to monitor. We're also having to monitor additional radio channels. The sheriff's office has now started using the 800 Viper channel more frequently, along with their VHF channel. And there is a large increase in EMS calls. Those calls the EMS responds to, we take, along with fire calls. And you'll see that in some of the research that I'm going to present here. So some of the potential problems for that are missed radio traffic, which can be an issue, obviously, for safety in the field. And I say missed radio traffic because our people are responsible for taking calls and answering radios simultaneously. Delays in answering phone lines. Fortunately, that's not one that we have seen that much. We are still within the realms of the standards for the 911 board as far as answering 911 lines within 10%, 10% of all 911 calls within 10 seconds. It can result in delays in dispatching calls. We've seen that where we're receiving so many calls at a time that we don't have time to immediately get those calls out as we're taking more calls. Delays in response times. So when there's a delay in dispatch and a delay in answering, there's going to be a delay in response times and getting help to the citizens. A greater margin for error, because there are so many things that we're having to do simultaneously that, of course, there's going to be that greater margin for error. We've seen a lot of stress on our staff. Yes, a lot of it has been most recently pandemic related. However, this is a huge topic in the 911 industry right now, stress and wellness. And we are doing some things in-house to try to combat that, though. And complacency and performance. When people are so bogged down and the duties continue to increase and our radio volume is increasing, our phone volume is increasing, that is going to cause some complacency. Again, we do try to combat that with things in-house, rewards and appreciation and things like that. But it's just a reality. So here I did a three-year review of our 911 calls. This is 911 calls specifically. So our inbound calls over the last 3 years have stayed about the same, with just a little bit of increase or decrease each year. Abandoned calls, that means somebody dials 911 and hangs up. That call still goes through. A lot of people don't realize that, even if it's just a missed dial and it doesn't ring on your end. If you hang up, it still comes through, and we still have to answer those. Again, our overall call volume, our total has stayed about the same. Not really a whole lot of increase or decrease there. What we're seeing is that the types of calls are becoming more severe. We're seeing a lot of calls that are taking more time for caller interrogation. So getting information from the callers, CPR, those calls can take a significant amount of time. Delivering Narcan for overdose calls. I've seen an increase in child delivery and delivering those type of instructions to callers. So that's been a big thing there. And as you can see on the second line towards the bottom, the average call duration, that's in seconds. So that's an average of 105 seconds in 2021. And you'll see that that increased about 6 seconds from 2020. But that's an average of about 3.5 minutes on a call. EMS calls and fire calls tend to take a bit longer than that, usually between 5 and 6 minutes, depending on the type of call that it is. Our administrative calls, our inbound calls have gone down each year. Our outbound calls have gone up significantly. What we're seeing with our outbound calls, and one of the reasons for that, or a few of the reasons for that, we're seeing more types of EMS calls where we're having to call for air care, for a helicopter to come to the scene. We're seeing more calls looking for assistance with EMS. So if EMS needs assistance from Braveheart or from Cape Fear Valley, we're having to make those calls. Calling for utilities. When the power goes out in Marburg, we become inundated with phone calls. A lot of times on 911, which becomes a problem. But we are having to call utility companies for, we don't call them for private citizens, but we do call them for fire department and things like that. We've also seen an increase in calling around for administrative purposes. If the officer is waiting at the magistrate's office and there's not a magistrate there, then we have to call around and try to find out, okay, are they at lunch? Are they on break? Or is someone not on duty right now? And those types of things. They're not always in the office.
You'd be home and on duty.
Yeah, they're supposed to be on duty 24/7, but they're not always in the office. Okay, so yeah, the outbound calls have increased by about 65% over the last 3 years. EMS and fire calls specifically, our EMS calls have increased about 15% over the last 3 years. Fire calls have increased about 33%. Some of the reasonings for that is we're now seeing the fire departments responding with EMS to cardiac arrest and rendering first aid in those types of situations. So that does increase their call volume as well as increasing that radio traffic.
And that, I believe, was a standard change that's in the last year, so that fire departments are automatically dispatched for cardiac calls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we see that with, that's not just something that we're doing here in Scotland County. That's kind of a standard. We were kind of behind with as far as that was concerned.
Question.
Yes.
Why would there be an increase in fire calls?
So the increase in fire call, a lot of times is coming from the fire departments being dispatched with EMS. Mm-hmm. All right, so.
You had options. Can you go back on one though?
Yes.
You didn't, you may have skipped over, it may not have been on that. April's gone now, but this increased calls for DSS field units who don't answer the radio. I've heard about that. About DSS workers out at wherever house in Wagram and they check on the radio and then they don't call, then y'all have to send law enforcement to go find out why aren't they answering the radio? And I mean, is that becoming an issue?
Very much so.
That seems like something shouldn't happen.
Well, it shouldn't, but it's happening. I'd heard about that. And, but that might be something we have to talk to April.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes, that it has posed quite a bit of a problem. And I've communicated with April, and that is something that we're working on fixing. All right, so our radio transmissions here, we've seen an increase in the last 40% with the increase in radio volume. Again, some of that is coming from like the sheriff's office using 2 radio channels rather than 1 and things like that. EMS uses Viper and VHF simultaneously, whereas the sheriff's office is using them Some people may communicate on Viper, some people may communicate on VHF, and we have to monitor both of those. It's also due to an increase in multi-response type calls, so such as overdoses, cardiac arrest, wrecks, things where multiple agencies are going to one call.
Question.
Yes.
When we give a call for a funeral escort, we dial a certain number, but 911 picks up. Why is that linked together?
We do have non-emergency lines that come into our center.
Okay.
A lot of as not after regular business hours, then police department, sheriff's office, EMS, those all come into our center on the non-emergency lines.
Okay.
But it is technically the 911 center, yes.
How are those tracked?
How were the radio transmissions
These
tracked?
that he's referring to, where are they tracked? The administrative or 911 calls?
Administrative.
Gotcha.
Mhm. Yeah, the administrative calls are anything that comes in on a non-emergency line.
Gotcha.
Mhm. Our peak hours that we're seeing are running between 9 a.m. and 10 p.m. I don't have a color printer at the 911 center, but on the slide here, you'll see that the numbers in red is anything that is above the average. Okay, so that's where we're getting the between 9 a.m. and 10 p.m.
At night.
Yes.
I can't see the board.
Yes. Yeah, it's a bit. The last thing that I wanted to talk about was our APCO retains. So APCO is the Association of Public Safety Communications Officials. They are one of the top standard-setting affiliations that we have in not just nationally, but internationally with the 911 industry. Retains stands for Responsive Efforts to Address Integral Needs in Staffing. Basically, this is a staffing analysis that we did we started it in 2017 and updated the numbers in 2021. Okay, so what this did is it goes through breaks during shifts. It addresses all the, comes up with an estimated number that we should be, or estimated need for staffing, basically. And that full report is in the agenda that you were sent. But ultimately what it came up with, currently we have 8 telecommunicators, 4 shift supervisors, 2 floating telecommunicator positions, public safety GIS, the assistant director and director. So we have 17 full-time positions. What the staffing analysis estimated is that we should have 32.8. That's a difference of 15.84 employees. Yeah. It kind of shocked us too. So the analysis is a program that APCO built. No, it was something totally separate from the salary study. This is something that we did as a department, just to kind of see where we were at and making sure that we were staffing accordingly.
Our emergency communications and EMS, are they accredited? Do they have accreditation standards that y'all have to meet?
I can't answer for EMS. For 911, there are accreditations out there. Our department specifically has not gone through any of those accreditation processes other than our training program.
So your staff, they have to be certified in certain areas?
Yes.
It's amazing. I would love to see their resume, how you pick from needing all those different kinds of skills there. You know, I mean, to me, that's just amazing.
We have a very structured hiring process that we have been using for probably since the center opened. And it's very consistent, but it is strenuous.
Yes. So I guess, I suppose it takes a while to get a place of staff, you know, a member, because of all the requirements that they need, all the skills that they need to to have it, to be a part of that?
Yes. Typically for our hiring, we do, a lot of the certifications and things in-house. So that's not something that they would necessarily need prior to being hired. But our training program in general is, no less than 8 months.
Who does the training?
We do it in-house. Now, there's certain certifications that we have to, get outside from certain vendors. But most of the training is done in-house.
What year did it open? I can't remember.
I'm sorry?
What year did the center open?
2015.
15, 7 years.
Yep. So our proposed solution right now is to add 2 additional personnel. What that would do, what that would do is it would give relief of the skeleton shift. Right now, we're having people that are working, that are pulling on call like every 3 weeks for a week at a time. Because there is so much opportunity for call outs or people needing to take vacation or sick time or whatever that is. It would allow for 4 personnel per shift. So basically we would kind of do away with that floater position and put 4 on each shift rather than having that middleman.
And you can do all this just by adding 2.
Yes.
How many shifts you got?
We have 4 shifts of 3, and then we have the 2 floater positions. So if we added.
Take 2 floaters and then these 2. Okay.
Right. Adding 2 personnel would decrease the individual workload because there would be more people working in the center at a time. It would decrease the burnout. Burnout is another big topic in the 911 industry right now. And it would also increase morale.
Are you having trouble getting new employees, finding people applying?
We have seen a significant decrease in applicants. We are seeing a decrease also in the quality of applicants. A lot of people are not able to pass through our hiring process. But because of the information that we are privy to, we also have to do background checks, and certain people with certain charges or things like that are not able to be hired because of charges that may have even been 10, 15 years ago.
Are you losing people to other counties?
No. Well, I say no. Since July, we've lost 1. That was not for a level position. That was for a promotion. Right now, we're short-staffed because since the retirement of Mike Edge, there's been kind of a, okay, well, you're moving up, you're moving up, you're moving up. We have lost someone to the Laurinburg Fire Department, and we have lost someone who is going back to school, and their school schedule would not allow them to work the 911 schedule.
Okay.
You may have the ideal department in the county then, because you got solutions to your problems.
We have
Can you have a number with this?
Yes.
Dollar amount?
Yep, sure do. Yeah, we have significantly decreased our turnover rate until this year. We've lost 3 in the last since October.
Yeah, right now they have 3 brand new employees that are all in training.
Yeah. 1 is being released tomorrow. Yes. So the cost involved here, the starting salary for a telecommunicator right now is $32,508. That's what they come in as. If they come in from another county or already have some certifications, then we may start them a tad higher than that, but most likely this is where they're going to start. The fringe benefits were averaging about $18,000. And then, so the approximate cost for 1 employee would be about $50,508. For 2 would be about $101,000.
At least you didn't ask for the 15 that you need.
Well, I know, I was waiting on the 15.
No, I'm going to be honest. That shocked me quite a bit. I personally don't see the need for that. It's quite a bit much.
You don't have anywhere to put that.
Next year and the next year and the next.
You'd have to
year and
double
next
the
year.
size of the center.
Yeah, we don't even have enough, positions to have that many personnel. I know it's time for lunch. Are there any other questions that you guys have?
It makes me want to visit your center one day. I've never been in.
You are more than welcome at any time.
Amazing.
Oh, I'm gonna see this because to me, you have to have multiple skills or personality to do that job.
It's very demanding.
I
It is
can
very
imagine.
demanding, but it's also very rewarding.
So I'm coming to see you.
We appreciate you.
At any time you want to come and visit the center, just
Daddy, while you're there, you can help them answer the phone.
yeah.
Yeah, what?
Help them answer the phone.
How about that?
Actually, if you want to go visit, plan to stay for a little bit. After the visit, she'll put you down on front, she'll put you down at the training,
Oh, God.
training terminal.
Now that's one job I can never have skills for. My goodness, all that. But you know, in New York City, when I was having my first child in '64, so you know how old this is, they were called the fire department to see if, you know, how far along was along in labor, you know. And they did all the examination and they called the rescue squad and had to go to the hospital. I said, fire department? And that was in the 60s.
In a lot of your larger areas, you do see fire departments that are also with EMS.
Mm-hmm.
So they have both trainings.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's valuable.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But y'all do a magnificent job
Thank
for
you.
the county, and I personally want to thank you for all you do. Are you a supervisor?
I'm the director position.
Okay. Well, very
Wonderful.
Good, I'm glad somebody.
Before I did 911, I don't know if you're familiar with Jimmy's Seafood Restaurant in
Yeah.
Wilmington. But it's not there anymore, but yeah, so I was manager there.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
And then I spent 7 years in Robinson County doing 911.
Oh, okay.
And then I came here in 2015 when the center opened.
So you've been doing it a while.
Yeah,
So it's about a training, it's on the job, isn't it? I mean,
it is.
You didn't go to school, college, I mean, I'm sure you went to college, but the major is specific, you know, coursework.
There's not 911 programs.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation.
We'll talk to her all day.
You and Commissioner Golston can get together sometime. How
When
about
she
that?
visits.
When I visit, yeah. When I visit. I'll see you when I visit.
Anytime.
Okay, you got that right.
We have our meals here. We've got Eli and Brian left to do.
Then we get into our stuff.
Yeah, do you all want us to take time to eat? How long is your presentation?
I'm gonna be very brief.
Eli, how long is your?
Mike is not gonna be long.
They ready to go too. Let's hear them.
Let's hit it, let's hit it,
Yeah,
okay.
Let's eat while we do
Lunch can wait. Let's let these folks.
Let's go
Let's
ahead and
give
get
them
this
our
fine.
full
Go ahead.
attention.
cold.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I want to come and kind of lighten up the room a little bit. You know, I'll be brief. Just providing an update regarding our park renovation plan. You know, we came to you 3 years ago, requested $40,000 annually for improvements at parks throughout the county. Just wanted before you answer any questions you may have. Our first park was at Washington Park. We updated the parking lot area. We added this piece right here, which cost the county our first year $40,000. We put all $40,000 into this one park. In total, we had about $100,000 park improvement there. We had an Eagle Scout to come out, and you know, our in-kind support from Mike McGirt with Buildings and Grounds. You know, Washington Park came up to $100,000, $40,000 tax burden, and the rest was either in kind or through grants. Second year was out at Hammond Park. At Hammond Park, a lot of people go out there and walk now. It's kind of an exercise place, so we just kind of ramped it up. We just received an award for an innovation award through the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners for innovation at Hammond Park, which brought $1,000 to our Recreation Foundation. But, you know, there's so many people that we have to thank and so many organizations that we have to thank for this park, because again, we allocated $40,000. This turned out to be about a $200,000 park improvement through, different grants, through the Scotland Memorial Foundation, Smithfield. We did a community build day. The city of Laurinburg came out with their fire department to help us lift a lot of this equipment. Scotland County School Systems came out to help us put this equipment in as well. So, a huge success with this park. The city came out and updated the lighting. If you go by it now in the evening hours, it's lit up out there. It's not dark anymore. A lot of the citizens around that park, just continue to praise. They do get an influx of traffic over there, but, a lot of positive going on. You can see in the background back here, we added a restroom facility there as well. So we're doing some park rentals, kind of recouping some of that cost. But again, the value is exponential, regarding this park, from a $40,000 benefit to, approximately a $200,000 improvement. Our most recent piece was out at JC Park. We updated the playground equipment out there as well. That was about a $25,000 improvement. Buildings and Grounds came out and helped out a lot. Bryant Higgins over at the landfill came out and did some grading out there. But it's just not limited to these pictures that you're seeing now. We've updated the basketball courts down in Gibson. We've added lighting at Murray Park. We worked with the Scottish Pilot Club here in the past few months on adding an ADA inclusive swing out at Scotland Yard through a donation from the Jordan family. A family member passed away. They carry that name on, so they donated some equipment out at Scotland Yard. Every one of our parks in our system has been upgraded in 3 years, and we're going into the 4th year and the 5th year. Our request is just simple. We just ask that you continue to provide that $40,000 towards our Parks and Recreation Capital Fund, so we can just continue to upgrade parks throughout the county. I wanted to bring, kind of liven, lift some of this financial burden that's been asked of me in the past couple hours. We're just going to continue to ask our request, which is $40,000. And the next year, we plan on improving the aesthetics in our parks a little bit, upgrade the signage. We have some dogs that come into the park. We might add some receptacles, for the owners to kind of grab the dog waste and remove it from the parks. But again, we just plan on adding aesthetics. We're going to continue to work with the city of Laurinburg to add lighting to parks, so people feel safe in those park spaces, and just continue to use the funding that we have in place to add value. To date, we got about $120,000 to $140,000 in tax dollars that we put into parks in the past 3 years, and with in-kind support with grants, including those funds, we've added about a $400,000 improvement to our park system. So we're going to continue to build off of that in every park in the county, and add those improvements. And we appreciate your support.
You're doing a fine job.
Thank you, Brian. Anybody might have any questions, Brian? Comments?
We do have a certified playground safety inspector on staff now as well. So we're protecting our investment that you guys continue to give us.
I do quickly want to ask you, Brian, what specific improvements have been done at Market and Murray Park?
So at Murray Park, we added lighting around the walking trail, and we've added, we've repaired the walking trail. Out at Market Park, if it's not finalized, we're in the process of adding lighting around that walking trail and doing improvements to the walking trail as well.
And how do you get input from citizens?
Well, our first project at Washington Park, they actually designed that. They picked out the colors, they picked out the equipment, and we just implemented that information. So, we try to be, we're visual, we're out at the parks, we try to make ourselves available, for the citizens to provide input to us. Now, the advisory board picked out the piece at JC Park. But again, we're always accessible. We keep that open door policy, to get input from those citizens.
Ron, what is the cost of the breakaway basketball goal? We need that because the kid can't ball now the modern way. They can hang on the rim, they can't really play the way you played it.
Yeah, so the goal alone is about, for a commercial goal, it's about $2,000 to $3,000. That doesn't include any asphalt, that you want to put down or any lighting that you might want to put down or around that as well.
Well, we just, we definitely need the new breakaway goal because that's what kids use today. Because otherwise you can't learn to jump, you know, you can't hang, you just have to play like we played 50 years ago.
Yeah, I need it because.
I don't
Outdoor.
My whole reason I don't want to get hurt, you know, 'cause I jumped the ball around.
Brian, we appreciate all that you've done. You've done a great job.
Thank
you. We appreciate it. Please relate that to your staff.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, yes, sir. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to be here to present to you. And I do have two of my my health educators to present, but I guess one is going to present because of time. Since I've been here, I've been really studying the county health ranking in Scotland County. And it looks like we're now been doing pretty well. We are among one of the least healthy counties in North Carolina. And the pandemic also has proven to us that, of course, we are. So in the health department, the goal is to kind of get more connected to the community and get out of the health department in partnership with the community to kind of address some of the health issues that Scotland County really have. In order to do so, we need to have community health workers to be able to assist. And I think we just send out the responsibilities of community health worker. I'm just going to open the floor to Sanquist to be able to talk more about the program that we are going to submit to you to have the health department. Sanquist, are you there?
So one full supervisor and two community health is what you're asking?
Yes.
And that's the numbers at the bottom.
Right.
That's our phone.
Sanquist?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. What was the second question? I did hear.
Okay, all right. So like I said earlier on, our goal is to be able to really scale up community relationship and understand the dynamics of the underlying cause of us being within the 0 to 20% percentile in the community health ranking. So again, the goal is, like, for example, physical activity, nutrition, because one of the things that we know for sure that the majority of the health issues here is due to chronic diseases, not communicable diseases. Although communicable disease may be part of it, but the majority of the health problems here is chronic disease. In order to be able to assist the community to understand the dynamics of that we are living with chronic disease, is to have community health workers go into the community. So the approach for us is we don't really feel like we need to sit in the health department. We feel like we need to get out and go into the community in partnership with the healthcare system. So this community health worker program is going to enable us to be able to do that. So I think I'll stop for any questions.
That's a good idea. I mean, how do your staff feel about going into the community?
Yes, so the health educators have been doing an excellent job building relationship with the community. So they are more upfront with that and they are willing to do so.
Okay, good. But that's interesting. You said more of our health problems are chronic health problems as opposed to community type disease.
Yes, so the two communicable disease problem we have here are STDs and HIV. We keep closely monitoring that, but the majority of the health problems, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, obesity, those are all major problems that in the county. And I do think that if we do have community health workers issues for the community-based approach, it could be much more beneficial moving in that direction.
Yeah.
Is there a question on the presentation? I think we just if we have any questions because of time. Okay. Yeah, we just.
This is your request list.
That is the request for that, and we asked if the commissioners would be willing and the county manager will be willing to kind of approve that request for us to move forward and establish this program, because this is going to be a long time program after COVID is gone, or even if COVID is with us, it's going to be a long time
program that will sit within the community.
That sounds reasonable.
I think what we intend to do is to take this up. I think this is going to be part of the manager's presentation to us on March the 7th. So we will be looking at it at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
We recessed or have break.
Why don't we take a 30-minute break and have lunch?
Sounds good.
All right.
Wow.
Thank you,
Hello?
all of you who have been presenters today and had to wait 2 hours to get to do it.
Jason, you might want to come sit here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna.